Chapter 1299. Young man in white Qin Yao's words were very serious. This seriousness caused Yi Fei's heart to turn cold. One had to know that a primordial spirit was a warrior's second life. Without a primordial spirit, even the most ordinary vicious beasts could kill their opponent. Therefore, instead of killing the cultivator, he destroyed the cultivator's primordial spirit. This was not a plea, but a deliberate attempt to make the cultivator suffer a fate worse than death. Qin Yao, you have really changed. Yi Fei sighed deeply. He originally thought that Qin Yao would wake up after being abandoned in the Wuxian space. At the very least, she would repent. But now it seemed that there were some things that once done, there was no turning back. For some people, once they made a mistake, they would continue to make mistakes. Qin Yao suddenly smiled. Her smile was very proud and beautiful, like a golden phoenix that climbed up a branch again. Yi Fei, you're wrong. I've never changed. I'm just more receptive to change. But you can't, and Fu Renjia can't either. You're all too rigid. You don't know what's good for you. Then what do we have to do to be considered sensible? Could it be that I'm like you, betraying my companions and the entire northern region just to gain a place in front of this silk pants young master? Yi Fei's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Previously in the martial god space, he had forgiven Qin Yao for Fu Renjia's sake, but today he could no longer tolerate it. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you insult the young master of the legalists? The martial emperor beside Fa Wu Dao was furious when he heard Yi Fei's words. Fa Wu Dao was not angry. Instead, he pondered and said in a low voice, "Foppish young master, you're right. I was a little impatient in the past. I, lawless Fa, will remember your words well. Of course, I will definitely take your life." Boom! The ground shook. A heavy fate wheel appeared behind Fa Wu Dao. That fate wheel was even brighter than the fate wheels of the legalism emperors Yi Fei had seen before. The eyes of the legalism martial monarch lit up. He said in pleasant surprise, "Congratulations, young master. Your bloodline has broken through." "Wu Dao, your bloodline broke through again?" Qin Yao's face was filled with surprise and pride. "So what if you have a breakthrough? Lawless Fa, no matter how well you pretend, you can't hide the arrogance in your bones." Yi Fei shook his head and suddenly took a step back. Yi Fei did not plan to fight Fa Wu Dao here. Even if he wanted to fight, he would have to wait until he reached the 10th level of the martial saint realm. Only then would he have the confidence to win. "Go! Where do you think you're going? You're someone who's been abandoned by the heavens, but you're ranked first on the heaven leaderboard and defeated many young rulers. You must have refined that spiritual item, right? Do you know that it's a treasure of the legalism school? Do you know how much damage your actions have caused to the legalism school?" Fa Wu Dao shouted coldly. All of a sudden, he raised his fate wheel up high, released a ray of light, and smashed it at Yi Fei. The legalism martial monarch next to him laughed coldly. His figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Yi Fei, blocking his path. "Wu Dao, be careful. Yi Fei once obtained the inheritance of the Azura Sacred Palace of the Six Paths Sacred Sex." Qin Yao threw caution to the wind. If she wanted to gain a position by Fa Wu Dao's side, she could only sell out Yi Fei. Fa Wu Dao's eyes lit up. "The inheritance of the Six Paths Sacred Sex? I'd like to see it for myself. Sorry, I don't have time to play games with you. Scram." Yi Fei instantly took out the soul-devouring sword. A huge taiji sword diagram whistled as it slashed at the legalism martial monarch behind him. Just as the legalism martial monarch released his fate wheel and prepared to block, Yi Fei activated the 100 miles in an instant and quickly rushed to the empty space in the distance. Fa Wu Dao did not chase after him. Instead, he smiled coldly and stood in place. Yi Fei smoothly rushed over, but he did not feel happy. Instead, he felt a great sense of danger. Boom! His feet quickly came to a stop. As he charged forward, he suddenly pushed his hands forward, and a dazzling purple gold Tai Chi quickly protected him. At the same time, a huge battle axe appeared in the sky. The axe whistled through the air as it slammed into the purple gold Tai Chi before it was violently repelled. You're the sacred son of the Shunwu Sacred Academy. Yi Fei was shocked to find that the light of the purple gold Taiji had weakened by 2/3 just by blocking the axe. Such an attack was not something those heavenly sons could use. That's right. This is the sacred son of the Shenwu Sacred Academy, Lu Rufeng. Yi Fei, you didn't expect us to meet again, right? Lu Ming walked out gloomily. Seeing that Lu Ming was also here, Yi Fei was also very surprised. This was troublesome. He already had a grudge with Lu Ming. In the Dragon Head realm, he killed Jin, Pa Bai, and others. How could he let the sacred son of the Shenwu Sacred Academy go? Sure enough, just after Lu Ming spoke, Lu Rufeng also looked at Yi Fei coldly, but he still cupped his hands politely and said, "Brother Yi, you have good means. You can actually kill dozens of my junior brothers in one breath in the Blood Sea. I, Lu Rufeng, am not talented. I would like to exchange pointers with Brother Yi. We can exchange pointers, but you have to defeat Fa Wu Dao first. I will fight with you for 3 days and 3 nights." Yi Fei's eyes turned, and he thought of a good idea. Presumptuous bastard. Lu Ming and the legalist martial emperor were furious together. Chen Mingyao also looked at Yi Fei with contempt. He actually wanted to use such a low-level method to provoke the grudge between the two sides. It seemed that he really had no way out. Chen Mingyao wasn't the only one thinking that way. Lu Rufeng and Fa Wu Dao, who had just arrived, laughed mockingly. Fa Wu Dao walked past Yi Fei and directly suggested to Lu Rufeng, "Brother Lu, why don't we kill this person together?" "No need, Lu Rufeng, am enough to kill him." Lu Rufeng looked proud and directly rejected Fa Wu Dao's suggestion. This made Fa Wu Dao's face change. Yi Fei also looked angry. Did these two really think that he was meat on the chopping board that they could cut as they wished? He immediately wanted these two to come together. Even if they couldn't defeat him, he was still confident that he could escape. But before Yi Fei could speak, the legalist martial emperor not far away suddenly exclaimed, "Who is that person? He dares to walk in the sky." "What? Someone dares to fly in the sky? Isn't he afraid that the quasi-emperor demonic beast will target him?" Yi Fei was a little shocked. He vaguely felt that he had been tricked. He had clearly dug his way here according to the map that Venerable Qingmu had given him. It was a coincidence that he first met Fa Wu Dao. Then, he immediately met the Divine Martial Academy saint. Now, there was a youth in white who was bold enough to walk in the sky. Why do I feel like I've been tricked by Venerable Qingmu? Yi Fei suddenly had this strange thought. Chapter 1300. A big fight. Yi Fei, at this point, if you don't kneel down and accept your death, what are you waiting for? Lu Ming was full of righteousness. He also felt that this was the best opportunity to take revenge on Yi Fei. Chen Mingyao looked at Yi Fei with pity and shook her head. "What's wrong with being an ordinary person? You shouldn't have left the northern region." Yi Fei did not respond to her. Fa Wu Dao and Lu Rufeng also ignored Lu Ming's clamor. This made Chen Mingyao's face change. Lu Ming was also embarrassed. He felt like he was a clown, but he didn't dare to speak. Chen Mingyao didn't dare to speak either. Yi Fei, Fa Wu Dao, and Lu Rufeng also raised their heads vigilantly. Not for anything else, but because the young man in white could walk in the sky. At this time, there was a quasi-emperor-level demonic beast giving birth in the ancestral dragon abyss. The whole sky was filled with the vigilant spirit fluctuations of the quasi-emperor demonic beast. This was also the reason why Yi Fei and the other two didn't dare to fly in the sky. Because once they flew, they would be immediately sensed by the quasi-emperor demonic beast. Then, with a roar, they would be finished. But the young man in white was different. He seemed to have a special technique that could block the detection of the quasi-emperor demonic beast. He could actually walk in the sky. This also showed how powerful he was. In the face of such a strong opponent, Fa Wu Dao and Lu Rufeng decisively chose to ignore Yi Fei. Together, they looked at the white-robed young man as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Lu Rufeng and Fa Wu Dao were both arrogant people. They faintly felt that this white-robed young man had the same goal as them. They had come for the quasi-emperor demonic beast. As for Yi Fei, they completely ignored him. Feeling the attitude of the two, Yi Fei wasn't angry. They were looking at the young man in white, and the young man in white was also looking at them. But when the young man in white's gaze fell on Yi Fei, he was obviously stunned. "You have the heaven-abandoned body?" The young man in white was a little surprised. Yi Fei wasn't surprised. He nodded generously and said, "Yes, I am. Laugh if you want." He had seen too many people who were not optimistic about his heaven-forsaken physique. The young man in white also smiled. "Interesting. You're also here for that boundary emperor-level demonic beast?" Compared to Lu Ruffing and Fa Wu Dao, he was obviously more interested in Yi Fei. In this regard, Yi Fei was speechless. However, this white-clothed youth could clearly see that he had a heaven-abandoned physique and did not have a special bloodline. Yet, he still treated him as an equal. Yi Fei could not help but have a good impression of this person. He continued, "I'm here to mine." "I'm not, they are." Yi Fei was telling the truth. He had come to the ancestral dragon abyss to search for spirit veins. As for whether a boundary emperor stage demonic beast had given birth, he was not interested at all. "Mining." The young man in white was stunned again. On the other hand, Fa Wu Dao and Lu Ruffing seemed to have understood something. When they saw that Yi Fei had to dig out his own spiritual stones for cultivation, their faces were filled with disdain. However, when they heard that the young man in white was also here for the Boundary Emperor stage demonic beast's offspring, their expressions turned serious. Lu Ruffing suppressed his displeasure of being ignored by the young man in white and cupped his fists politely. "Since you're also here for the demonic beast's offspring, then we're kindred spirits. That's right. As long as you don't interfere with us killing this person, the three of us can cooperate on the matter of the demonic beast's offspring." Fa Wu Dao did not want to complicate matters and glared coldly at Yi Fei. Yi Fei shrugged and said helplessly to the young man in white, "You've seen it too. They want to work together to eliminate their opponent. I can guarantee that you'll regret working with them." When the white-clothed youth heard this, he shook his head and said seriously, "I do not care about your grudges. However, I must take away the child of the quasi-emperor demonic beast. I also do not wish for your fight to alarm that demonic beast. Please leave this forest." Yi Fei suddenly felt depressed. This young man in white seemed to be ignoring all of them. His tone was not arrogant, but it sounded as if it was only right and proper. It was as if whoever he asked to leave had to leave. Yi Fei had always thought of himself as a low-key person. However, after hearing the young man in white's words, he could no longer keep a low profile. Not to mention Lu Ruffeng and Fa Wu Dao. One of them was the son of the most powerful Saint Academy, while the other was the young master of the legalism school with a powerful bloodline. They did not even take Yi Fei seriously. How could they give up on fighting for the demonic beast's offspring so easily? Lu Ruffeng smiled. He had always been very polite. His politeness was usually reserved for dead people. "It seems that you're very confident that you can defeat all of us and obtain the demonic beast's offspring?" The young man in white looked determined. "The Boundary Emperor stage demonic beast's offspring can only be brought to its full potential by following me. You're all too weak. You don't deserve such a demonic beast." He was very serious. Yi Fei was speechless. As for Fa Wu Dao, the moment he heard this, he could no longer hold back his anger. "Too weak? Then let me, Fa Wu Dao, see how strong you are." Boom! Fa Wu Dao raised his fate wheel. However, he was no longer aiming at Yi Fei. Instead, he threw it at the young man in white. Fa Wu Dao is still Fa Wu Dao. His growth is just a cover. He's still arrogant to the core. He ignores everyone except himself. Yi Fei shook his head and looked at Lu Ruffeng. When Fa Wu Dao made his move, Lu Ruffeng also dashed forward and joined hands with Fa Wu Dao to attack the young man in white. Yi Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. If the three of them were to fight, it would be a good opportunity for him to escape. "You three, take your time. I'm going back to mine." Yi Fei took out the map and looked at the many demonic beast nests that had not been excavated. They were all spiritual stones. Fighting and killing were so boring. If he had the time, he might as well let the dragon tortoise dig a few more spirit veins. Yi Fei grabbed the shrunken dragon tortoise and turned to leave. Stop! How dare you leave without the orders of the Holy Sun? You ruined the plans of the legalism school. The master ordered that anyone who sees Yi Fei will be killed. Lu Ming and the legalism martial emperor stepped forward at the same time. Yi Fei's face suddenly turned cold. I'll count to 3. Either get lost or die. How dare you? You're about to die in front of the Holy Sun. Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? Lu Ming said angrily. 3. Yi Fei was too lazy to say more. He held the devouring spirit sword and suddenly slashed out a bright sword light that pierced through Lu Ming's throat. You? Lu Ming's eyes widened with resentment. He didn't expect Yi Fei to count to 3 instead of 1 or 2. He didn't even have time to react before his head fell to the ground. You actually cheated. The legalism martial emperor was furious and finished the sentence for Lu Ming. All's fair in war. Yi Fei grinned. His smile was very clean and had the mellowness of a mountain child. However, in the eyes of the legalism martial emperor, it was the smile of a demon. Because while he was smiling, Yi Fei attacked again. A sword light was fast and ruthless. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the legalism martial emperor's neck. Fortunately, this person was a martial emperor and reacted quickly. The moment he noticed Yi Fei's sword light, the legalism martial emperor had already roared and quickly smashed his fate wheel at Yi Fei's head. Chapter 1301. A terrifying punch. Yi Fei was somewhat surprised. He had rarely met such a valiant opponent who dared to trade his life for his. A slightly more cowardly cultivator might have lost their will to fight and given up on attacking when faced with the legalist martial emperor's fighting style. However, Yi Fei wasn't frightened because he also had a suicidal madness in his bones. Kill. He directly ignored the terrifying fate wheel that was smashing down on his head. The devouring spirit sword shone with an even more resplendent light. With a whoosh, it pierced towards the legalist martial emperor's throat at an even faster speed. A powerful aura of death enveloped his opponent at the same time. Yi Fei's expression didn't change. He even smiled coldly. The legalist martial emperor's expression changed drastically. Deep fear flashed through his eyes. He was actually pretending to fight with his life on the line. He wanted to use this method to force Yi Fei to retreat. Who would have thought that Yi Fei would actually dare to fight with his life on the line? The legalist martial emperor's previous valiance immediately broke out in a cold sweat. With a whoosh, his fate wheel hovered a centimeter above Yi Fei's head before rapidly retreating. You're crazy, the legalist martial emperor roared. You're actually going to fight with your life on the line. Why wouldn't I dare? Geniuses compete with their bloodlines. Aristocratic families compete with their resources. I have nothing. The only thing we mortals can compete with is our lives. Yi Fei sneered. This battle was a battle of willpower. In terms of willpower, he definitely wouldn't lose to anyone. Kill. Taking advantage of the legalist martial emperor's retreat, Yi Fei's devouring spirit sword finally pierced the legalist martial emperor's throat. There wasn't much of clash. What welcomed the legalist martial emperor was Yi Fei's fastest and fiercest sword. Ah! The legalist martial emperor roared. He stretched out his hands and grabbed Yi Fei's sword tightly. The whistling sword chi passed through his hands without any resistance. Then it pierced through his throat. You! The legalist martial emperor's face was filled with hatred. Originally, as a martial emperor with a special bloodline, he wouldn't have died so easily. Unfortunately, he was in the ancestral dragon abyss. He couldn't use domains or profound meanings. He couldn't use many of the techniques of a martial emperor. In a pure contest of will and physical strength, the legalist martial emperor was clearly no match for Yi Fei. Therefore, just like Lu Ming, this legalist martial emperor was also killed by Yi Fei in one strike. Fa Jun. Yi Fei, how dare you kill a legalist martial emperor? Fa Wudao was enraged. Lu Ruffin was also shocked. Originally, He planned to join forces with Fa Wu Dao to force the young man in white away before coming to settle the score with Yi Fei. They never would have thought that Yi Fei and a legalist martial emperor together wouldn't be able to block Yi Fei's sword. That person must die. Otherwise, he'll become a threat to the divine martial sacred courtyard. A cold light flashed in Lu Rufeng's eyes. He suddenly turned his head and said to Fa Wu Dao, Fa Wu Dao, go kill Yi Fei first. I'll help you block this person. Okay. Fa Wu Dao didn't even think. His fate wheel, which had been smashing toward the young man in white, suddenly turned around and rushed toward Yi Fei. Before this, the young man in white hadn't made a move until Yi Fei instantly killed 2 people, causing Fa Wu Dao and Lu Rufeng to panic. Then, the young man in white suddenly attacked. World domination. Boom! Boom! The young man in white was extremely domineering. He punched out with an ordinary fist. There was no fancy or gorgeous light. It was just a simple fist, but it actually shattered the void. As he punched out, it was as if time and space had come to a standstill. Fa Wu Dao's fate will also stopped. His body became stiff. Lu Rufeng's tall deity will shook under this punch and showed signs of collapsing. With just one punch, the young man in white had blocked both Lu Rufeng and Fa Wu Dao at the same time. Indirectly, he had helped Yi Fei. Yi Fei's eyes lit up. He didn't care whether the young man in white had helped him intentionally or not. This was a good opportunity to kill Chen Mingyao. Last time, he hadn't killed Chen Mingyao because of Fu Renjie. This time, he wouldn't show any mercy. Die! Yi Fei pulled out the devouring soul sword, which was dripping with blood from the martial monarch's throat. He immediately rushed toward Chen Mingyao. Chen Mingyao's face turned as pale as paper. That's impossible. He doesn't even have a special bloodline. He's just a useless person abandoned by the heavens. How could he kill a martial monarch with one strike? Wu Dao, save me. Chen Mingyao instinctively asked Fa Wu Dao for help. To her despair, Fa Wu Dao didn't even turn his head when he heard her cry for help. He didn't say anything either. When Yi Fei had killed the martial monarch of the legalists, Fa Wu Dao had been furious. However, when Yi Fei had been about to kill Chen Mingyao, Fa Wu Dao had been indifferent. It was as if this woman's death had nothing to do with him. Even though he had already decided to kill the young man, Yi Fei couldn't help but feel sorry for Chen Mingyao. You really have bad taste. Chen Mingyao's face turned even paler. No matter how bad he is still the young master of the legalists. If it hadn't been for you, our relationship wouldn't have ended up like this. Yi Fei, I hate you. Boom! The sword light fell, but Chen Mingyao's corpse wasn't there. Instead, it was Yi Fei's body that had been restrained. Then, a white-robed figure broke through Lu Rufeng and Fa Wu Dao's last line of defense. His ordinary fist was aimed at Yi Fei again. It was only then that Yi Fei realized the white-robed young man's goal. Not only did he want to defeat Fa Wu Dao and Lu Rufeng, but he also wanted to use this fist to defeat Yi Fei. You actually want to defeat all of us with one fist. Yi Fei was furious. He roared and pushed the Battle God Path and Battle Demon Path to their limits. A huge Taiji sword diagram shone with a dazzling purple gold light. It shattered the void and split the sky. The huge Taiji sword diagram formed the most perfect defense, blocking the white-robed young man's fist. The white-robed young man was a little surprised. Then, he snorted coldly and sent out another purple fist. It whistled like wind and thunder. With a boom, it smashed the Taiji sword diagram into pieces. Purple gold Taiji. In a hurry, Yi Fei couldn't care less about killing Chen Mingyao. He retracted the purple gold light around him and suddenly formed a spinning purple gold Taiji around him, protecting him. Then there was a loud boom. The white-robed young man's fist smashed into the purple gold Taiji again. The spinning purple gold Taiji suddenly paused. The sphere was already covered with terrifying spiderweb-like cracks. At the critical moment, Yi Fei hurriedly used the void step to dodge to the side. He barely managed to block the white-robed young man's terrifying fist. Even so, in order to block that punch, Yi Fei had used up all of his strength, but he was only barely able to block it. Chapter 1302. Natural-born sage Yi Fei had mixed feelings. Even though he knew that there were countless experts in the martial world, and many of them were stronger and more invincible than him. However, when such a person really appeared in front of him, he still felt uncomfortable. It was for the dignity of a top power. He was a top power. Fa Wu Dao was also a top power. Lu Ruffing was also a top power. However, when the three of them faced the white-shirt youth, Fa Wu Dao's fate wheel was shattered and Lu Ruffing's God's will was beheaded. Only Yi Fei managed to block the white-shirt youth's punch with a purple gold Tai Chi. Yi Fei could not help but feel defeated. They were both martial sages. Why was the white-shirt youth so powerful? This person might be one of those top talents. One of the top talents in Middle State. Yi Fei could not calm down as he looked at the white-shirt youth. The young man in white also looked at Yi Fei with interest. His expression revealed a hint of surprise and seriousness. I didn't expect you to take that path. If it weren't for my family's objection, saying that I'm a natural-born saint, perhaps I would have taken the same path as you. The white-shirt youth sighed. He seemed to be regretful that he had not walked the path of despair. When Yi Fei heard this, he almost vomited blood. What was a natural-born sage? They were born with a primordial spirit. Once they cultivated, they could break through to the martial sage realm without any obstacles. This was a natural-born sage. Compared to the white-shirt youth, they were like ants who had climbed up from the martial warrior realm. The difference was too big. When they heard this, Yi Fei was not the only one who was depressed. Even Fa Wu Dao was shocked. He shouted, "Natural-born sage, white-clothed battle god. You are Di Fan, the white-clothed battle god of the martial emperor family." What? He is Di Fan, the peerless genius who is said to be invincible since birth. No wonder we could not block his punch, even when we joined forces. I, Lu Ruffeng, accept my defeat. Lu Ruffeng coughed up a mouthful of blood and suddenly withdrew the deity behind him. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was still an intense reluctance and a deep sense of defiance. After all, they were all martial sages and stood at the peak of the younger generation. Who would be willing to submit to others? Not only were Fa Wu Dao and Lu Ruffeng unhappy, but Yi Fei was also unhappy. So what if I'm an innate martial sacred? So what if I'm a peerless genius? Once my Divine Battle Dao and Divine Battle Dao break through to the 8th, 9th, or even 10th layer, I don't believe I'll be weaker than these peerless geniuses. Thinking of this, Yi Fei quickly regained his invincible confidence. He might not be able to defeat the white-clothed youth now, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be able to defeat him in the future. A true powerhouse needed not only the determination to win, but also the courage to accept defeat. In the future, I will definitely defeat you. Yi Fei stared coldly at the young man in white. A strong desire to battle flashed across his eyes. Fa Wu Dao and Lu Ruffeng looked at Yi Fei with disdain. Defeat the white-clothed god of war? Even top geniuses like them didn't dare to say that. Yi Fei was just a useless person. How could he have the face to say that? Di Fan stared at Yi Fei and said in a deep voice, "The road of despair is a road of thorns. My road to becoming a martial sage is a smooth road. In this world, no one can defeat me. They can't, you can't, but I will give you a chance to catch up with me." So, you don't intend to kill us? Fa Wu Dao suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He was arrogant in his bones, but this arrogance was powerless in front of the white-clothed god of war. Di Fan smiled. That was an invincible smile and also a confident smile. Being invincible is always lonely. I want to improve. I can't blindly cultivate, so I need a few stepping stones. Anyone who can take a punch from me and not die is qualified to be my stepping stone. Anyone who can take a punch from me and not be injured is qualified to be my opponent in the future. Fa Wu Dao, Lu Ruffeng, you can face me and not die. That is your pride. So, I will give you enough time to grow into my stepping stones. As for you, if you can integrate the power of despair for the 5th time, maybe you can be half of my opponent. The current you is still not enough. After saying that, Fan turned and left. He directly sat cross-legged in the sky, quietly waiting for the quasi-emperor beast to give birth in the distance. He didn't say anything to drive them away, but Fan's attack had already shown his attitude. He wouldn't kill Yi Fei and the other two, but he didn't want anyone to disturb him from obtaining the quasi-emperor beast's offspring. Yi Fei and the other two's faces became very ugly, but an innate saint wasn't someone they could defeat at the moment. We don't have to fight for the beast's offspring, but we have to kill this person. Suddenly, Fa Wu Dao pointed at Yi Fei, a flash of hatred in his eyes. Lu Rufeng's eyes were also gloomy and cold. They had suffered a great loss at the hands of Fan, so it was natural for them to target Yi Fei angrily. Chun Mingyao's eyes flashed with a touch of hatred. Yi Fei didn't care about this. He directly ignored the murderous eyes of these people, hummed a little tune, carried the dragon turtle, and continued to walk toward another beast's nest on the map. Stop, Yi Fei, what are you doing? You continue to go deeper. Don't tell me you want to compete with the white-clothed god of war for the beast's offspring? Chun Mingyao finally seized the opportunity. She was very excited. If she could provoke the powerful young man in white to attack, it would be even better. Fa Wu Dao and Lu Rufeng had the same idea. They looked at Yi Fei mockingly, hoping that Yi Fei's actions would anger the white-clothed god of war. Then, they would be able to eliminate Yi Fei without having to do anything. In the sky, Fan also opened his eyes doubtfully, with a touch of coldness. I said, "You're not my opponent now. Are you sure you want to compete with me?" Yi Fei was very depressed, but also very helpless. He spread out his hands and said, I didn't come here for the beast. I just came here to mine. Didn't you want us to be your stepping stones in the future? Now, you have to give me a way to collect the spirit veins and improve my strength, right? He had no choice but to do this. Now, Fa Wu Dao and Lu Rufeng clearly wanted to kill him. If he left, these two people would definitely chase after him. Instead of being chased everywhere, he would rather go deeper, dig a few more spirit veins, and then break through to the 10th level of the martial saint realm as soon as possible. In this way, even if Fa Wu Dao and Lu Rufeng joined hands, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Yi Fei could also be sure that he had been tricked by Venerable Qing Mu. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that the location of the beast's nest that Venerable Qing Mu had given him was the only way to reach the quasi-emperor beast? In this way, he would be unlucky to meet this group of people. Maybe this is some kind of test from the Dark Azura Hall. Unfortunately, I don't have enough information to judge the Dark Azura Hall's true intentions. In this case, I can only dig a few more spirit veins and strive to improve my strength. Chapter 1303. Hey Dan, you don't have to provoke me. Sometimes, being invincible can be lonely. I'm too strong now. I am invincible among my peers. I am invincible among the martial royal realm. Other than the emperor-to-be, I can't kill anyone for now. I can't find anyone who can match me. So, you don't have to worry. What I need is the determination of my opponent. Fan glanced at Yi Fei indifferently and let him go. Thank you. Yi Fei cupped his hands and left with a complicated expression. An innate saint? This Fan will be an insurmountable mountain for me for a long time to come. But one day, he would surpass this person. No matter if this person was an innate martial sage or an innate martial god, he would surpass them all. I have been invincible all this time. If I could do it in the past, I will be able to do it in the future, no matter what kind of strong opponent I face. Yi Fei said to himself. Facing Fan, he felt great pressure. But this pressure would not defeat him. It would only make him work harder to surpass him. Coward! How dare he use this method to escape from our pursuit? Fa Wu Dao said angrily. He won't have a chance to grow. We can't afford to offend an innate saint, but can't we kill a cripple? Lu Rufeng looked at Fa Wu Dao angrily. Since Yi Fei could use this excuse to defuse Fan's hostility, why couldn't they use the same excuse to follow Yi Fei into the forest and kill him? Immediately, Fa Wu Dao and Lu Rufeng lifted their feet and were about to follow Yi Fei into the forest. You can't go in, Defan said unhappily. He had let Yi Fei in because he could see that Yi Fei was only there to look for the spiritual vein and not for the demonic beast's offspring. Fa Wudao and Lu Rufeng were different. They had been there for the demonic beast's offspring since the beginning. From now on, you will retreat 3,000 miles. I don't want your battle to disturb the demonic beast's reproduction, Defan said indifferently. However, his words carried an unquestionable command. Ha! Since Brother D has said so, we will retreat now. After the demonic beast gives birth, we will go after Yi Fei. Lu Rufeng smiled and clenched his fists. Fa Wudao was so angry that he almost fainted. Yi Fei had killed a martial emperor from the Fa family. Now, because of Defan's words, he had no choice but to give up on killing him. If my bloodline... In the end, Fa Wudao and Lu Rufeng retreated 3,000 miles unwillingly. This made Chen Mingyao very uncomfortable. Wudao, this is our last chance to kill Yi Fei. We can't give up. Chen Mingyao didn't know why, but when she saw Yi Fei leave so calmly in the face of an innate saint, she suddenly felt a strong sense of fear and unease. It wasn't just her. Wudao. Fa Wudao and Lu Rufeng's faces darkened at the mention of Yi Fei. They remembered how Defan had been cold to them, but had been polite to Yi Fei. Their hearts burned with anger. This Yi Fei must be killed. But not now. When Defan leaves, we must kill him. If we don't kill him, I won't be able to rest easy. Lu Rufeng said coldly. An innate saint and a cripple abandoned by the heavens. One day, Fa Wudao will trample on both of them. Fa Wudao's eyes flashed dangerously. Then, they hid in the dark like wild beasts, ready to bare their fangs and claws at any time. The deeper they went into the abyss, the stronger the aura of the demonic beasts became. Yi Fei didn't need to use his senses. He could sense the auras of many powerful demonic beasts in the vicinity. The demonic beasts here should be at the peak of the martial emperor realm. They're only one step away from becoming quasi-emperors. Yi Fei took the map and walked to a cave. The cave was huge, as majestic as a city. However, the quasi-emperor demonic beast's angry roars had turned the city into ruins. Yi Fei saw an abandoned temple in the distance. The statue had disappeared, and there was only a deep cave that went deep into the ground. Even further away, the quasi-emperor demonic beast's angry roars could be heard. The roars were painful, but there was a strong sense of hope. The quasi-emperor demonic beast was hoping that its child would be born smoothly. It is difficult for a quasi-emperor demonic beast to give birth. Just the gestation alone takes dozens of years. It also takes months or even years to give birth. During this time, I can make use of the large amount of spirit veins here to break through my cultivation. Yi Fei walked into the cave and saw a spirit vein flickering with spiritual light. He didn't let the dragon turtle dig it away. Instead, he sat on the spirit vein and started to absorb the spirit veins crazily. This trip to the abyss had greatly stimulated him. The strength of the innate sage, Fa Wudao, Lu Rufeng, and the other experts made him feel greatly threatened. The best way to deal with this threat was to become stronger. Become stronger. I have to break through to the 10th level of the martial saint realm as soon as possible. Also, I have to cultivate my battle demon art to the 8th level as soon as possible. I have to make my physical body as strong as an emperor artifact. Only then can I defeat Fa Wudao and Lu Rufeng. Only then can I have the ability to protect myself when facing a peerless genius like Defan. In the following time, Yi Fei started to cultivate in seclusion. He was surrounded by strong enemies, and even under the watchful eyes of the quasi-emperor demonic beast. Fortunately, the quasi-emperor demonic beast was busy giving birth. It no longer had the strength to wipe out the ancestral dragon abyss. It was a quasi-emperor demonic dragon that was as big as a mountain. The scales on its huge body were mottled. The demonic dragon's blood was everywhere on the ground, turning the land into a scorching demonic earth. At this moment, the demonic earth had already been dug out by the demonic dragon. In the middle of the demonic earth, there was an egg that emitted a black light. That was the quasi-emperor demonic dragon's egg. It was also the last trace of its bloodline at the end of its life. Looking at the black egg, the demonic dragon's ferocious gaze gradually became gentler. The demonic dragon's aura was very weak. It did not have much life to begin with. Moreover, giving birth before its death had consumed 90% of the demonic dragon's strength. However, the demonic dragon did not hold back the remaining 10% of its strength. It was completely selfless as it poured its last trace of strength into the black egg. After doing all this, the demonic dragon's huge body could only crawl on the ground. It could no longer stand up. However, the demonic dragon's eyes were filled with gratification and excitement. Finally, it had given birth to a child. This black egg was the continuation of its bloodline. Child. The demonic dragon's roar was filled with joy. Then, it used the last of its strength to roar toward the sky. Without any strength, it actually started to burn its bloodline. Before it died, it wanted to leave everything behind for its only child, its only hope. From today onwards, you are the king of the demonic dragon tribe. In the near future, you will be the demonic dragon tribe's new quasi-emperor, martial emperor. You will regain the prestige of the beast tribe's emperor. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. Chapter 1304. Demon breeds, heavenly fetus roar. The demonic dragon's roar reverberated throughout the ancestral dragon's abyss once again. However, this time, it no longer had any lethality. It was purely the demonic dragon's reluctance to leave its life behind and its joy at the birth of its child. The gigantic dragon claw covered the entire sky and eventually formed a dark cloud before crashing down on a lair of demonic beasts. If Yifei opened his eyes and checked the map, he would be surprised to find that the lair that the demonic dragon was clawing at was the location of a very powerful spirit vein. Unfortunately, the demonic beasts in the lair had already escaped. No one could stop the gigantic dragon claw from descending from the sky. Finally, with a loud bang, the ground cracked open and the demonic dragon grabbed a spirit vein from the ground. It formed a pulsating spirit vein and fell into the demonic dragon's lair, right in front of the black hole. Eat, child. This is the last thing I can do for you. Grow up and become the new king of the demonic dragon. The demonic dragon's voice was filled with sadness and joy. As if it had heard the demonic dragon's words, the black egg whirlpool spun even more wildly. At the same time, a howling demonic chi spread out from the lair in all directions like a hurricane. Not enough, not enough. I want more. My child, the strongest body, the strongest bloodline. The demonic dragon's quasi-emperor level divine consciousness also turned into an invisible storm that spread out in all directions. The spirit veins formed the pulse of the ancestral dragon's abyss. At this moment, the demonic dragon used its dragon claw to grab the spirit veins one by one and condense them into rays of spirit light that entered the black egg's whirlpool. After absorbing so many spirit veins, the demonic chi in the black egg became even more dense. Faintly, one could hear a heartbeat that sounded like thunder that spread out in all directions. The demonic beast child is about to be born. That demonic dragon is still crazily plundering the spirit veins and injecting them into its child's body. It's trying to create the strongest physical body and bloodline in its child's womb. Yifei was very envious. However, such an opportunity could only be enjoyed by the child of a quasi-emperor demonic beast. Yifei became even more worried when he sensed that the spirit veins around him were being sucked away quickly. Based on the speed at which the demonic dragon was grabbing one spirit vein at a time, it would not be long before the demonic dragon's claws reached for the spirit vein he was in. 42 spirit veins, all marked on the map. More than half of them were taken away by the demonic dragon. I don't believe that venerable Greenwood didn't trick me. Yifei cursed in his heart. He sensed the demon dragon raise its dragon claw again. He was already deciding whether or not to end his cultivation and go into seclusion in a safer place. Strangely enough, This time, the demon dragon's raised dragon claw did not descend, nor did it grab the spirit vein. Instead, the dragon claw extended vertically towards the sky. In the sky, the dragon claw stiffened and then fell down powerlessly. The demon dragon's huge dragon eyes carried a trace of reluctance and reluctance. For the last time, it looked at the black egg that had completely turned into a black whirlpool in the nest. My child, boom! It seemed to have sensed something. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation came from the black egg. Unfortunately, the demon dragon had exhausted all of its strength, and its life had come to an end. Otherwise, if it opened its dragon eyes wide and looked through the whirlpool in front of it, it would discover that what was being born in the black egg was not a baby dragon, but a black figure sitting cross-legged. This figure was completely black and was surrounded by black demonic chi. He was formed in the black egg and continued to grow under the large amount of spirit veins absorbed by the demon dragon. In the end, this black figure actually sat cross-legged and pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the ground. This caused the entire black egg to emit a terrifying aura of supremacy. In the Sun Luo Hall, a quasi-emperor used his divine sense to sense this aura. He suddenly came out of seclusion and rushed toward the sky in shock. Junior brothers, did you sense it? I sensed it. It's the demon breeding heavenly fetus. The Demon Man Palace's most evil and evil supreme secret technique. The other quasi-emperors came out of seclusion one after another. Many of their faces were gloomy. No one had expected that the Demon Man Palace would sneak into the ancestral dragon's abyss and plant the demon-breeding heavenly fetus in the quasi-emperor demonic beast's body while they were in seclusion. Demon-breeding heavenly fetus. A supreme secret technique created by the Demon Man. Using this secret technique, one soul can be reincarnated and turned into a demon fetus to be nurtured in the quasi-emperor beast's body. This way, when the quasi-emperor beast gives birth, it will no longer be its child, but a demon fetus. A demon that contains the bloodline of a demonic beast and the soul of a human. In the sky, D-Fan's expression was cold. A trace of anger suddenly flashed across his eyes as he said in a low voice, I came here to bring back the baby of a demonic beast. I didn't expect that someone would beat me to it and snatch the baby away from me. This person must be related to the ancient Demon Man. Boom! With one step, D-Fan broke through the void and quickly rushed to the demonic dragon's lair. I still have a chance. It doesn't matter if you're the demonic dragon or the demon-breeding heavenly fetus. As long as you're not born, let me brand your soul. Regardless of whether you're a human or a demon, you will submit to me. D-Fan bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood. It was purple blood that was filled with a powerful force. He wanted to smear the blood on the black egg. However, before he could step forward, the dead demonic dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Roar! The demonic dragon soared into the sky. Its stiff dragon claws were filled with billowing demonic chi. It suddenly clawed at D-Fan, wanting to kill him. Dominating the world, D-Fan was shocked. Once again, he threw out an ordinary punch. It was this simple punch that collided with the demonic dragon's sharp claws. Surprisingly, they were evenly matched, resulting in a draw. Fa Wu Dao and Lu Rufeng, who had secretly rushed over from afar, looked at this scene with incomparable fear. One must know that this was the demonic dragon at the Boundary Emperor level. The most ordinary claw attack was at the level of a Boundary Emperor. However, D-Fan was able to block the attack of a Boundary Emperor-level demonic beast with the body of a half-emperor. Fa Wu Dao's face was filled with horror. The gap between us and him is too big. I think he only used less than 30% of his strength when fighting against us. He defeated Yumi and Yi Fei with just 30% of his strength. The three of us have been defeated. An innate saint is indeed not someone that we, with ordinary special bloodlines, can surpass. Lu Rufeng's face was very ugly. Wu Dao, we can secretly take the black egg with us while he is fighting the demonic dragon. Chen Mingyao was very anxious. The blood of a boundary emperor-level demonic beast was very powerful. It also had the powerful ability to unlock the hidden bloodlines in the human body. Coincidentally, she had a trace of this hidden bloodline. However, when they saw Di Fan fighting the demonic dragon in the sky, Fa Wudao and Lu Rufeng were a little frightened before they could make a decision. Chapter 1305. Breakthrough, Mountain River God of Peace. Di Fan continued to throw out punches. His punches formed an illusory palace and hit the demon dragon's dragon horn. The demon dragon's dragon horn was chopped off. The demon dragon's last remnant consciousness in its body also disappeared. However, before it died, the demon dragon still turned its huge head and looked at the black egg behind it. 2 lines of cold blood tears flowed down from its huge dragon eyes. Roar! The person sitting inside the black egg suddenly stood up the moment the demonic dragon fell and let out a painful roar. That roar wasn't the roar of a human, but the roar of a dragon filled with sorrow. Then, the entire black egg exploded. A black figure covered in dragon scales walked out from inside the egg step by step. Then, with a plop, it knelt down in front of the demon dragon's corpse and cried out loud. Fa Wudao and Lu Rufeng stared at the black figure in shock. Shouldn't the demon dragon's youngling be inside the black egg? Why did a black figure walk out from it? Although they were also geniuses, they did not know the secret of the demon birth heavenly embryo. Only Di Fan understood everything when he saw the black figure. His expression was solemn and regretful. It seems that I am still a step too late. However, I am very curious. Since you used the demon to give birth to the heavenly fetus and possessed the demon dragon's child, why are you crying when the demon dragon is dead? I didn't want to use the demon birth heavenly embryo. Someone forced me to reincarnate into the demon dragon's body. After all, it gave birth to me and protected me. To me, the demon dragon is my mother. If you destroy the demon dragon's body, you will hurt my mother's body. After respectfully kowtowing 3 times to the demon dragon, the black figure suddenly stood up angrily and roared. The loud dragon's roar was filled with sorrow and endless power. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The endless demon chi in the surroundings all entered his body. Then, the black figure's chi and blood roared. His cultivation level rose to the martial Saint 10th level in the blink of an eye. With another roar, he stepped into the half-step martial emperor realm. Innate martial saint, another innate martial saint, even if it was born through sorcery. Fa Wudao and Lu Rufeng were shocked. They were considered top geniuses, but they had suffered a huge blow after entering the ancestral dragon abyss. Innate martial saint, demon-breeding heavenly fetus, worthy of being the strongest demonic art of the ancient demonic humans. That's great. Although I didn't get the son of the demon beast, I've met an opponent who can train me. Demon son, come up, let's fight. Di Fan's fighting spirit was burning like a god as he looked down at the black figure. I don't want to fight. I want to kill you. In Yang dual blades. The black figure suddenly let out an angry dragon roar. 2 demonized dual blades appeared in his hands. They were the horns of a demonic dragon, one black and one white. They looked like 2 streams of air that were rotating. At the same time, the black figure's dragon scales quickly disappeared. Behind him, there was also a black and white door. It looked like a Tai Chi, but upon closer inspection, the Tai Chi was round, and the black figure condensed into a door. It was an yin-yang door that led to life and death. Looking at the door and the black figure's face that was gradually becoming clearer, Chen Mingyao suddenly felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her legs went soft, and she sat on the ground in fear. She could not believe it and was so shocked that she could not speak. Fu Rinjie. Fa Wudao's face was pale. The reason why he had abandoned Chen Mingyao and brought her back was not because he felt guilty, but because he wanted to remind himself through Chen Mingyao that he had suffered a crushing defeat in the martial god space. At this moment, looking at Chen Mingyao's pale face, Fa Wu Dao's intuition told him that this person was the mysterious genius that he and the entire legalism sect had been searching for. Fu Renjie. Fa Wu Dao's eyes turned red as he looked at the mighty Fu Renjie who had transformed into the son of the demonic dragon. Immense anger and mad jealousy made him clench his fists so hard that crystal-like blood dripped down. The arrogance in his bones would not allow too many people to surpass him in this world. In the end, Fa Wu Dao did not even look at Chun Mengyao, who was still sitting on the ground. Almost at the same time that Di Fan and Fu Renjie rushed into the distance, he rushed after them. On the side, Lu Ruffing hesitated for a moment before suddenly reaching out to Chun Mengyao. "If you are willing, I can take you with me." Chun Mengyao was still in a daze. She looked up at the sky and at the unfamiliar yet familiar figure. At this time, the furious Fu, Renjie, and Di Fan had already fought their way up to the highest point of the ancestral dragon abyss. Lu Ruffing sighed and shook his head. "I'm not Fa Wu Dao. If I am discovered by the quasi-emperors of the Sunluo Temple, I will not be able to survive. I cannot stay here any longer. As for that Yi Fei, I can only kill him later." Rumble. In the sky, a pitch-black bolt of lightning emitted an endless demonic aura that tore through the sky. Following that, a terrifying purple cloud that spanned 300 miles appeared. It emitted a radiance that was as bright as the sun. Fa Wu Dao was between the lightning and the purple cloud. He kept roaring furiously, but his radiance was extremely dim. In the battle between the two innate saints, even someone as strong as Fa Wu Dao could not find a way to intervene. This made Fa Wu Dao feel a deep sense of defeat. Seeing this scene, Chun Mengyao suddenly felt a deep sense of regret. Two streams of tears wet her cheeks. In the demonic beast's lair, Yi Fei also opened his eyes. He frowned as he sensed the tremors outside. The demonic beast's roars are gone. Could it be that Di Fan is fighting with the quasi-emperor demonic beast? The combat strength of an innate saint is indeed terrifying. When he thought about how Di Fan, who was also a martial saint, might be able to fight with a quasi-emperor demonic beast, while he himself could not even kill the three middle-stage martial emperor's blood ancestors, Yi Fei felt a deep sense of pressure. He desperately wanted to become stronger. He also longed to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I have the hope of surpassing all these people. I must enter the martial saint realm 10th level. I must also master the battle demon Wei's 8th level. Yi Fei's eyes were filled with determination. The 8 primordial spirits in his body once again turned into 8 deep black holes. Endless suction force madly sucked the spiritual qi from the spiritual vein into his primordial spirits. Under the impact of a large amount of spiritual qi, Yi Fei's first primordial spirit quickly reached its limit. Then, the second primordial spirit also reached its limit. Finally, the third primordial spirit, the fourth. When the 8 primordial spirits reached their limits, Yi Fei's determined eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of madness. "It's not enough. I need more spiritual qi. My primordial spirit can still contain more spiritual qi." Rumble, rumble, rumble. The qi and blood in his body continued to rumble, as if a spiritual qi river was surging within his body. This was the inspiration that Yi Fei had obtained from watching the demonic dragon condensing the spiritual vein. The demonic dragon had placed the entire spiritual vein into the body of its offspring to increase the strength of its flesh. If the demonic dragon could do it, then he could do it too. I don't believe that my flesh, my battle demon Wei, is not comparable to the flesh of the demonic dragon's offspring. Undying sword spirit, help me devour this spiritual vein. Yi Fei let out a low roar. When his primordial spirit had reached its limit, he awakened the undying sword spirit in his body. Although the undying sword spirit was currently unable to absorb low-grade spiritual qi, it was still quite interested in absorbing an entire spiritual vein. At the same time, in the corner of Yi Fei's dantian, the hidden black lotus began to rotate after a large amount of spiritual qi entered his body. It formed a whirlpool and began to absorb the spiritual chi from the entire spiritual vein. However, the absorption force of the undying sword spirit was too strong. Yi Fei did not notice the movement of the black lotus in his body. Chapter 1306. Demonic Beast's Murderous Intent. 10th Level Martial Saint. I've finally broken through. Yi Fei opened his eyes, which were filled with excitement. Once he reached the 10th level, he would be able to challenge peak martial emperors instead of late-stage martial emperors. Such strength was enough for him to defend himself against Fa Wu Dao and Lu Rufeng. He might even be able to kill them. But this is not enough. Fa Wu Dao and Lu Rufeng can pose a threat to me, but they're no match for me. I only have one opponent, and that is the innate sage. I will use my mortal body to challenge these peerless geniuses and surpass them. Continue to cultivate. Realizing that the spirit vein in the demonic beast lair had been completely devoured by the undying sword soul, Yi Fei quickly walked out of the cave and decided to head to the next demonic beast lair that had not been destroyed by the demonic dragon. He would continue to use the spirit vein and break through to the 8th level of the battle demon way. That way, he would have a body as strong as an emperor weapon. Even though he was still a distance away from Di Fan, who was an innate sage in terms of strength, Yi Fei was confident that he would not lose to anyone. Yi Fei walked out of the cave and looked up at the sky. He saw a black bolt of lightning shuttling back and forth in a vast purple chi. Purple chi from the east. Innate sages are all gifted, and each of them has a different vision. It seems that Di Fan's vision is purple chi from the east. But what's with that black bolt of lightning? Could it be that the son of the demonic dragon has been born and Di Fan is trying to subdue him? Yi Fei was secretly shocked. Di Fan was already invincible among his peers. If he had the son of a boundary emperor realm demonic beast by his side, his combat strength would definitely multiply. In the sky, Yi Fei also saw the roaring Fa Wu Dao. He had to admit that Fa Wu Dao's strength was terrifying. At this moment, Fa Wu Dao was trying to attack the black bolt of lightning from the side. However, that bolt of lightning was too fast. While it was fighting against the purple chi from the east, a strange black and white door appeared around the bolt of lightning, blocking Fa Wu Dao's fate wheel attacks. Pathless Fa's repeated attacks had been neutralized by the opponent. This made Pathless Fa angry at being looked down upon. Clearly, the black bolt of lightning didn't take Pathless Fa seriously at all. In the special environment of the ancestral dragon abyss, Fa Wu Dao couldn't use his domain and ultimacy. His body wasn't strong enough, so he couldn't participate in the battle. This son of the demonic dragon is so strong. However, that black and white door seems to represent yin and yang, life and death. Why does it give me a familiar feeling? Yi Fei found this somewhat strange. However, the distance between them was simply too far. If he used the Eye of Thunder punishment, it would easily attract the trio's attention. I don't want to be ambushed by Fa Wu Dao and Lu Rufeng when I'm trying to break through. It's better for me to focus on my cultivation. Breaking through the battle demon Dao is more important. Yi Fei shook his head slightly. He picked up the map and was about to rush to another demonic beast lair with a spiritual vein. At this moment, the entire ancestral dragon abyss suddenly shook violently. The shaking finally woke up Chun Ming Yao, who was sitting on the ground in a daze. She stood up, wiped her tears, and said, "I didn't do anything wrong. I don't regret it. Everything I did was to survive, to live better and nobler than all of you. Wu Dao, let's go. The beast tide is coming again." Boom! The ground shook and the ancestral dragon abyss was filled with the roars of demonic beasts. Chun Ming Yao's senses were right. This was indeed a beast tide, and a terrifying one at that. Yi Fei's face suddenly turned solemn. Originally, he wanted to attack Chun Ming Yao when he saw her. However, with the beast tide coming again, he didn't have the time to take care of this woman. Having seen the horror of the beast tide, the first thing Yi Fei did was to avoid the direction of the beast tide as quickly as possible. The three people fighting in the sky also split up like lightning. Fa Wu Dao was filled with unwillingness, but he soon laughed wildly. Ha! Fu Renjia. So what if you're stronger than me? Your woman has already become my woman. Even if I abandon her and treat her as nothing, she still chose me in the end. You still lost. I have nothing to do with her. If you like her, take her. The black lightning disappeared, and a figure that Yi Fei was very familiar with appeared. The one fighting with Di Fan is not the son of the demonic dragon, but Fu Renjia. No, Fu Renjia's aura. Yi Fei stopped and looked at the sky with a strange expression. But before he could ask, roar! A huge beast roar came from afar. Yi Fei's face suddenly turned ugly. Di Fan, Fu Renjia, and Fa Wu Dao's faces also turned ugly. Chun Mengyao even screamed in fear. Wu Dao, save me! Boom! A terrifying black shockwave formed ripples and spread in all directions. Wherever the shockwave passed, the void would shatter and the sky would collapse. But the strange thing was that the forest below and the panicking demonic beasts were not attacked by the black shockwave. Oh no, these shockwaves are coming for us. When Yi Fei saw the black wave crashing over, he roared, and a resplendent purple-gold taiji diagram encased him. Gate of Yin Yang, open! Fu Renjia shouted and suddenly retreated. His whole body had already entered the black and white gate behind him to block the terrifying shockwave. 10,000 miles of purple Qi mountains and rivers. Di Fan's face turned serious. He waved his hand, and the rich purple Qi suddenly turned into a magnificent purple mountain and river. There were tall mountains and surging rivers in front of him, and also blocked the terrifying black shockwave. At this moment, Fa Wu Dao suddenly thought of something and laughed again. What an eighth saint! You've alerted the boundary emperor beast. None of you will live. Mengyao, let's go. We can't die with them. Fa Wu Dao returned to Chun Mengyao's side, and a dazzling white light appeared under their feet. Yi Fei and Fu Renjia suddenly widened their eyes. It's the Six Paths Sacred Sex Teleportation Talisman. Chun Mengyao was prepared for this. Originally, the Quasi-Emperor Demonic Beast had included Fa Wu Dao and Chun Mengyao in its attack range. However, when the two of them used the teleportation talisman to leave, the Quasi-Emperor Demonic Beast was completely enraged. Roar! Chapter 1307. Joining hands, two Quasi-Emperor Demonic Beasts roared from afar. Fortunately, these two demonic beasts didn't give birth. Therefore, their roars weren't as powerful as the demonic dragons, which could end all lives within tens of thousands of miles. This gave Yi Fei and the other two a chance to resist the roars. Even so, after the two roars, Yi Fei's purple gold taiji became tattered. Fortunately, he had already broken through to the Martial Saint 10th level. Otherwise, just these two roars alone would be enough to seriously injure him. Compared to Yi Fei, Fu Renjia's situation was much better. The Yin Yang door that he entered was very magical. Entering, it was like entering another world of death, which could resist the impact of the roars. Di Fan was the same. He was a natural saint and had the battle strength to fight against Quasi-Emperor demonic beasts. His purple Qi mountains and rivers also blocked the roars of the demonic beasts. However, the three didn't feel lucky because of this. Yi Fei was even more depressed. If he knew that the battle between these two could attract Quasi-Emperor demonic beasts, he would have hidden underground and not come out. However, if he didn't come out, he wouldn't be able to see Fu Renjia and see the changes in Fu Renjia. Yi Fei, it's actually you. We finally meet again. Fu Renjia walked out of the Yin Yang door. Different from when he saw Chun Mengyao, Fu Renjia's expression was filled with excitement. Yi Fei was also very excited. Just as he was about to ask Fu Renjia what was going on, the sound of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking suddenly came from the forest far away. It shook Di Fan's purple Qi mountains and rivers violently. Di Fan's expression changed. He said in a deep voice, "Two Quasi-Emperor demonic beasts are coming. None of us can defeat them alone. Are you willing to join forces with me?" Join forces? Fu Renjia's expression was cold. A hint of killing intent flashed faintly. In front of a great enemy, we naturally have to join forces. Otherwise, if this group of quasi-emperor demonic beasts summons a large group of other demonic beasts, we will be in big trouble. Yi Fei felt that Difan's suggestion of teaming up was a good idea. With the three of them working together, they should be able to fight a Boundary Emperor stage demonic beast. All right, after defeating the demonic beasts, I will kill you and avenge my mother. Fu Renjia's tone was still cold, but he nodded in the end. Mother? Yi Fei looked at Fu Renjia with a strange expression and then looked at the dead Mo Long. He was a little confused. Could it be that the one born from the black egg was not the Mo Long, but Fu Renjia? Yi Fei did not have time to think. He already heard a loud sonic boom. When he looked carefully, he saw that it was actually a huge mountain range that a quasi-emperor demonic beast grabbed with its claw. Then, it turned into a black demonic star and flew over. Difan's 300 miles of purple chi mountains and rivers were shattered with a single strike. Difan's expression changed on the spot, and he shouted, "Be careful. This is the quasi-emperor Vajra. It is also the only vicious beast in the ancestral dragon abyss, and it feeds exclusively on demonic beasts. This Vajra wants to take away my mother's body." Fu Renjia suddenly became furious. He went over Difan, and his human body disappeared. Instead, he turned into a terrifying black demonic dragon. His huge dragon claw was filled with anger. With just a claw, the mountain range was shattered into pieces. You are indeed a bastard of the human race. You are not worthy to be one of us. Boom! The clouds in the sky split open, and a 9-headed bird the size of a mountain suddenly rushed down from the black demonic cloud. Its sharp beak was comparable to an emperor weapon. With just a peck on the body of the Mo Long, a huge bloody hole appeared on Fu Renjia's huge body. Ah! Fu Renjia screamed. Then, it let out a demonic roar. He endured the intense pain and swung his huge dragon tail with all his might. His huge dragon claw also had the power to tear apart the void, and he crazily clashed with the 9-headed bird. Pieces of flesh fell from the body of the Mo Long, and at the same time, large pieces of bloody feathers fell from the body of the 9-headed bird. Kill! Difan suddenly roared. He was like a purple god of war, and he became as tall as Vajra. Then, he unleashed a terrifying fist radiance and clashed with Vajra. Vajra and the 9-headed bird roared at the same time. However, there was nothing they could do. In the ancestral dragon abyss, even a boundary emperor couldn't release their domain. Whether it was Fu Renjia's demonic dragon body or Difan's purple aura war god body, both of them had the defensive strength of a boundary emperor beast. Therefore, in terms of pure physical strength, Difan and Fu Renjia were actually able to fight evenly with the quasi-emperor demonic beasts. So strong. Forget about Difan. What exactly did Fu Renjia experience? Not only was he born from the black egg of the demonic dragon, but he also has a terrifying combat strength comparable to an innate saint. Yi Fei took a deep breath and suddenly felt a little depressed. Seeing the battle between the two, he realized that when he first met Difan, he probably used less than half of his strength to defeat him, Fa Wudao and Lu Rufeng. Originally, he thought that after breaking through to the 10th level of the martial saint realm, he should be able to fight with these peerless geniuses. However, he was still far from it. No wonder Fa Wudao and Lu Rufeng ran away in advance. Even I want to run away now. Yi Fei looked around, looking for the best escape route. Just as he was slightly distracted, a voice suddenly rang out. In the distant forest, a few fierce eyes suddenly flashed. A few boundary emperor demonic beasts at the peak of the martial monarch realm immediately rushed over. Their target was Yi Fei, who was the weakest of the three. Yi Fei, be careful. Fu Renjia and Difan became very nervous. Now, they were standing with their backs against Yi Fei. If Yi Fei was attacked by the demonic beasts, they would be attacked from the front and the back. Obviously, the demonic beasts that were sneaking up on them were very cunning. Unfortunately, Yi Fei, Xiao Qiao, and the dragon turtle were all closely watching their surroundings. He seemed to be distracted, but in fact, he was deliberately luring the demonic beasts out. At the same time, when the demonic beasts appeared, a bright purple gold sword light had already turned into a terrifying sword river, slashing towards the demonic beasts that were rushing over. Under the attack of the sword light, the demonic beasts roared and quickly retreated. The power of despair did not let me down. Difan's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Seeing that Yi Fei was indeed able to protect their backs, he finally burst out with all his strength. He performed the ultimate domination with all his strength, which forced King Kong's huge body to retreat continuously. Fu Renjia's huge dragon eyes flashed with a hint of shock. I thought that after I became a demon-breeding heavenly fetus, I would surpass everyone in the northern region and become the strongest in the northern region. I didn't expect Yi Fei to catch up with me with his mortal body. I still need to work harder. Roar. Chapter 1308. Everything is prepared in Yang. The Gate of Life and Death. Looking at Fu Renjia's Gate of Life and Death, Yi Fei suddenly had an epiphany in his heart. Where was his life and death fist lacking? It was this Gate of Life and Death. It's obvious that the life and death fist is a secret technique derived from the Gate of Life and Death. However, in order to unleash the power of this secret technique, one must possess the Gate of Life and Death. To form the Gate of Life and Death, one must not rely on martial arts, but on elemental energy. Only with the power of yin and yang could one create the Gate of Life and Death and unleash the absolute power of the Life and Death fist. No wonder I always felt that the undying martial emperor's life and death fist was incomplete. The reason is that the undying martial emperor did not possess the Gate of Life and Death formed by the power of yin and yang. Yi Fei smiled bitterly. At this moment, he understood that Fu Renjia's strength must have something to do with the Hall of Life and Death. Roar! The battle between Fu Renjia and the nine-headed bird was still ongoing. With the Gate of Life and Death and the dragon body comparable to a boundary Emperor Realm demonic beast, Fu Renjia could recover limitlessly and kill limitlessly. On the other hand, the nine-headed bird's feathers were broken under Fu Renjia's dragon claws. Its 9 heads were all flustered and exasperated. However, the nine-headed bird also had an advantage, which was that it had 9 heads. This was equivalent to having 9 emperor weapons. It could also deal great damage to geniuses. Of course, the most intense battle was on Difan's side. As King Kong was known for his strength, his every move was filled with destructive power. The most terrifying thing was that Difan, who had transformed into a purple god of war, was able to resist King Kong's terrifying strength. The man and the beast were like 2 terrifying monsters. Their fists and feet collided continuously. King Kong's strength forced the purple god of war to retreat again and again. However, Difan's domination of the world was also a terrifying martial art. Under this martial art, King Kong's body was also shaken by Difan's fists. There were a few times when King Kong's body shook. The one who was under the most pressure was Yi Fei's side. After all, the 2 demonic beasts of the peak martial king realm were attacking him. They were subordinates of King Kong and the nine-headed bird. They were lying in ambush at the side. Since their sneak attack failed, they immediately changed Yi. Yi Fei felt lucky that his Taiji was not strong in attack, but its defense was very strong. With the purple gold Tai Chi and the Tai Chi sword diagram constantly blocking the attacks, even the 2 demonic beasts at the peak of the martial emperor realm could not break through his defense in a short time. Upon realizing this, Yi Fei completely gave up on attacking and turned his attention to defense. He wanted to protect Difan and Fu Renjia's backs and buy them some time to repel the quasi-emperor beast. This way, the 3 of them would be able to turn the situation around. However, demonic beasts that could become martial monarchs were much more intelligent than ordinary people. Seeing that the 2 martial monarchs could not break through Yi Fei's Taiji defense, even after charging at him for a long time, a furious roar suddenly came from the distant forest. Hearing this roar, the two magical beasts that were attacking Yi Fei actually whimpered and quickly fled with their tails between their legs. In the beast-marked space, Xiao Chao quickly informed Yi Fei that another quasi-emperor beast was charging towards them. Its target was still the weakest Yi Fei. Yi Fei felt like vomiting blood at this. He admitted that he was currently no match for Di Fan and Fu Renjia. However, these quasi-emperor demonic beasts could not just target the weak. How unlucky. If I had more time and raised my battle demon way to the 8th level, I might not be afraid of you in terms of physical strength. Yi Fei glared fiercely at a huge figure that was approaching from afar. It was an 8-legged monster with 4 heads. The head that was facing Yi Fei was filled with mockery and strong killing intent. Roar! The monster opened its mouth and spat out a black pillar of fire like a volcanic eruption. The raging demonic fire burned the forest within 100 miles. Damn it! Tai Chi sword diagram. Block it. Rumble. Under the threat of death, Yi Fei decided to go all out. He activated all 8 of his primordial spirits at once. The boundless primordial spirit energy condensed into 8 layers of Tai Chi sword diagrams that blocked in front of him. The Tai Chi sword diagram could not only attack, but also defend. However, what terrified Yi Fei was that his 8 layers of Tai Chi sword diagrams were unable to block the demonic fire. In just 3 breaths, the Tai Chi sword diagrams were completely destroyed. Purple gold Tai Chi. At this critical moment, Yi Fei activated the purple gold Tai Chi. The bright Tai Chi sphere completely protected him. It also tried its best to block Di Fan and Fu Renjia's flanks. However, the horrifying demonic flame turned into a burning black meteor and smashed into the purple gold Taiji. The horrifying demonic flame immediately engulfed Yi Fei. Yi Fei, Brother Yi, Fu Renjia and Di Fan turned their heads anxiously. Facing 2 quasi-emperor demonic beasts had already exhausted all their energy. If Yi Fei could not block the 3rd one, they would definitely lose. Don't worry, I'm fine. However, I can only block 1 attack from that demonic beast. It still has 3 mouths. I won't be able to block it. Bam! Yi Fei rushed out from the burning demonic fire. After all, his physical body was comparable to a quasi-emperor weapon. The Tai Chi sword diagram and the purple gold Tai Chi had also weakened the power of the black fire pillar. This allowed him to barely block the attack from the quasi-emperor demonic beast. However, he would definitely die if there was a second attack. Seeing that Yi Fei was not burned to death by the fire pillar, the 8-legged demonic beast was also shocked. Its expression became more serious. The head that had spat fire earlier turned with a click, and a new face appeared. It aimed at Yi Fei and was ready to spit fire. Stop fighting, break out of the encirclement. Cold sweat involuntarily appeared on Yi Fei's forehead. Despite his reluctance, they were still no match for a quasi-emperor demonic beast. There's no need. I have a transportation formation that can transport me out of the ancestral dragon abyss at any time. However, I will have to pay a great price. Di Fan returned with large strides. The huge purple god of war turned back into purple chi and merged back into his body. Then, a transportation formation flickering with mysterious runes appeared under his feet. With one look, one could tell that this was a unique treasure passed down from the ancient era. I don't need to break out of the encirclement. The quasi-emperor of the human demon hall that forced me to cultivate once bestowed me with a drop of essence blood. After awakening this drop of essence blood, a quasi-emperor of the human demon hall will bring me out. Fu Renjia flipped his hand, and a drop of blood that emitted a strong aura appeared in his hand. The instant the drop of blood appeared, it seemed to be reborn from the drop of blood. It grew rapidly, and a figure that emitted a strong might walked out from it. Yi Fei nearly vomited blood. So, you all are prepared. Then what's the point of fighting? No, if you all run away, wouldn't I be your scapegoat if I stay here alone? Chapter 1309. Battle of Quasi-Emperors. What's wrong, Yi Fei? Are you not prepared? Fu Renjia and Di Fan were both stunned when they heard Yi Fei's words. Before they entered the ancestral dragon abyss, they had made meticulous preparations to prevent themselves from encountering quasi-emperor demonic beasts. Even if they could not defeat them, they could still escape. Yi Fei was also very depressed about this. He couldn't possibly tell the two that his preparation was a lousy map given to him by Venerable Qing Mu. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for this map, he wouldn't have come here at all, let alone be involved in the siege of quasi-emperor demonic beasts. This time, Venerable Qing Mu has really screwed me over. Yi Fei's expression was uncertain. He was already considering whether he should ask Xiao Chao to help. However, he was not sure if Xiao Chao's Vine Whip would be effective against the quasi-emperor demonic beasts. Roar! The three quasi-emperor demonic beasts outside did not give Yi Fei a chance to hesitate. They were very intelligent and could sense that the three of them were thinking of escaping. The gigantic nine-headed bird had already spat out 9 different types of flames, forming a gorgeous rainbow cloud that surrounded them at the same time. Boom! There was another earth-shattering sound. The King Kong had flipped over a mountain with all its might. Then, it raised the mountain and prepared to throw it over. Of course, the biggest threat was still the huge monster with 4 faces and 8 legs. The 3 faces of this monster kept spinning and fixed their eyes on Yi Fei, Fu Renjia, and Di Fan. The joint attack of the 3 quasi-emperor demonic beasts caused the entire ancestral dragon abyss to shake. Countless demonic beasts roared angrily. More divine wills were transmitted from the depths of the ancestral dragon abyss. Clearly, these 3 quasi-emperor demonic beasts were not the only ones in the ancestral dragon abyss. There were even more quasi-emperor demonic beasts hidden in the depths of the ancestral dragon abyss that had been alerted and were rushing over. Di Fan looked regretfully at Fu Renjia and said, "I can't fight with you anymore. Yi Fei, since you helped me, I can take you with me and teleport away." Fu Renjia sneered and said, "If you want to fight, I'll keep you company anytime. But you can't take Yi Fei away. He's coming with me. Elder Gu, quickly take us away from here." It was only now that Yi Fei noticed that the drop of blood essence had transformed into a tall, skeleton-like, strange old man. The old man's gaze was very cold. He raised his hand and formed a huge bone shield, blocking the attacks of the 3 quasi-emperor demonic beasts at the same time. As for his other hand, after hesitating for a moment, he still reached out to grab Fu Renjia and Yi Fei together. Yi Fei instinctively took a step back. "No, Fu Renjia. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I can't go to the Human Demon Hall." Yi Fei was subconsciously wary of the Human Demon Hall. This made Fu Renjia's expression change. He was also a smart person, so he immediately understood that Yi Fei also seemed to know about the existence of the Demon Hall. The skeletal old man was suddenly enraged. "You know my human devil palace. If you don't obey, you'll die." Boom! A huge bone palm suddenly pushed toward Yi Fei like a pale white cloud. Hearing Yi Fei's refusal, the skeletal old man immediately wanted to kill him. Instead, he did not even look at Di Fan, who was teleporting away. This was clearly a classic example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Yi Fei felt a strong sense of death, but he could not help but curse, "Shameless old dog, don't let me live. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. Ignorant child, your death is at hand. I think you don't know how terrifying my Human Demon Hall is." The skeletal old man's gaze was cold. The huge bone palm was about to land on Yi Fei's body. At this moment, a black mist-like shadow suddenly rushed over from the void not far away. It struck out a huge demonic palm, which collided with the bone palm. "Kakik, Dark Azura Hall, you can't help but attack." The skeletal old man no longer targeted Yi Fei. Instead, he looked at the black mist-like old man flying over as if he was facing a great enemy. Nine-headed bird, King Kong, and the 8-legged monster also stopped their attacks. They roared with hostility. "Quasi-emperors of the Dark Azura Hall, are you trying to start another war?" "3 brothers, I've come here to express the goodwill of the Dark Azura Hall. I'm willing to work together with you to kill the heavenly fetus." The black mist-like old man's tone was filled with dense, killing intent. The skeletal old man let out a strange cackle. Old man Hei Ming, you've forgotten the ancient oath. Whenever a heavenly fetus is born, that person will be the only hall master of the hall of life and death. Killing the hall master is betraying the hall of life and death. Bullsh asterisk T. The heavenly fetus is born naturally and not created by you shameless traitors using sorcery. Today, I'll kill all of you traitors. The black-shrouded old man once again sent out a demonic palm. This demonic palm completely covered the sky. This was the true meaning of covering the sky with a single hand. Before the demonic palm landed, the pressure it released caused the entire world to be completely destroyed. Clearly, this was the black-shrouded old man's strongest attack. In the face of such an attack, even the three ferocious quasi-emperor demonic beasts couldn't help but cower. King Kong was the first to roar, "Human, I don't care. The demonic dragon is mine." Rumble. Taking advantage of the black mist-like old man and the skeletal old man's battle, the three quasi-emperor demonic beasts rushed toward the demonic dragon one after another. They split the demonic dragon into 3 parts and carried them away. Clearly, they were here for the demonic dragon's corpse. After all, demonic beasts could devour their own kind to obtain more power. Killing Yi Fei and the others was just a side effect. Seeing the demonic dragon's corpse in pieces, Fu Renjia went crazy. He roared and charged toward the 3 demonic beasts, wanting to protect the demonic dragon's corpse. The skeletal old man was enraged. He suddenly grabbed Fu Renjia back to his side and said coldly, "It's just a corpse. Remember, you are the heavenly fetus of a demon. You are the hope of our human demon palace. You cannot have any emotions. Let me go. The demonic dragon gave birth to me and helped me achieve my goal. In my heart, it is my mother." Fu Renjia struggled violently with demonic chi. However, the skeletal old man was too strong. He used his bone palm to suppress Fu Renjia while fighting the black mist-like old man from afar. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. This is a battle between quasi-emperors. Although this isn't their true bodies, the attacks of these two are too terrifying. Yi Fei stood at the edge of the battlefield. Even with his physical body, he felt like he would be killed at any moment. Then, Yi Fei's gaze fell on Fu Renjia. He quickly transmitted his voice. "Fu Renjia, what happened to you? How did you join the human demon palace? What is a heavenly fetus of a demon?" "Yi Fei, I'm not really a heavenly fetus of a demon. In fact, I'm..." Fu Renjia's face was suddenly filled with hatred. He spoke loudly, wanted to tell Yi Fei something. "Shut up." The skeletal old man was enraged. He used a supreme force to knock Fu Renjia unconscious on the spot. However, because of Fu Renjia's words, the skeletal old man was momentarily distracted. The black mist-like old man seized this opportunity and suddenly erupted with all his strength. A huge palm as deep as ink ruthlessly slammed into the skeletal old man's body. "Baldy, I've won this battle. My Dark Azura Hall will always be stronger than your human demon palace." The black mist-like old man's eyes were filled with killing intent. The huge demonic palm continued forward, wanting to destroy the skeletal old man along with Fu Renjia. At this moment, the skeletal old man's body suddenly flickered with intense white light. He roared incomparably crazily. "My human demon palace waited with great difficulty for a yin-yang body to turn into a heavenly fetus of a demon. This old man can die in battle, but this heavenly fetus of a demon will never be destroyed." Chapter 13:10. An Egg Boom. The self-destruction of a quasi-emperor was extremely terrifying. It was at least 10 times more powerful than the self-destruction of a complete emperor weapon. The sky completely collapsed. Even the black demonic clouds of the ancestral dragon abyss could not stop the power of the quasi-emperor's self-destruction. A huge hole appeared in the clouds, and a resplendent white light shone down from the hole. Was that sunlight? Yi Fei looked up in shock. Then, he realized that it was not sunlight, but a beam of white light from a huge white-boned ship. Then, the beam of white light turned into a white-boned hand that grabbed the unconscious Fu Renjia and brought him onto the white-boned ship. The thick demonic clouds gathered again and did not allow Yi Fei to see anything else. The entire ancestral dragon abyss was once again shrouded in endless darkness. The black-shrouded old man's exasperated roar rang out beside Yi Fei's ear. However, the instant the quasi-emperor self-detonated, the black-shrouded old man threw out a demonic palm and pulled Yi Fei to his side, blocking the impact of the quasi-emperor's self-detonation. Otherwise, even if Yi Fei did not die from the impact, he would have been severely injured. Despite his complicated feelings, Yi Fei immediately cupped his hands in thanks to the black-shrouded elder. "Thank you for saving me, Hall Master." You don't have to thank me. I came here to kill that demon-breeding heavenly fetus. Saving you was just a matter of convenience. By the way, you seem to be very close to that demon-breeding heavenly fetus." The black-shrouded elder suddenly stared at Yi Fei very seriously. Yi Fei hesitated for a moment, but still decided not to hide it. He nodded and said, "That's right. Fu Renjia and I were once good friends." "Good friends? I don't care what your relationship was, but you must remember that you belong to the Dark Azura Hall, and he belongs to the Human Demon Palace. Anyone from the Human Demon Palace is a traitor. If you see them, you must kill them no matter who they are." The black-shrouded elder's tone was filled with murderous intent. In the end, the fact that the demonic palace was able to plant the evil-breeding heavenly embryo right under their noses was a serious provocation to the Sanluo Temple. Yi Fei did not know this. He only stared blankly at the sky, his emotions extremely complicated. He was no fool. When he saw a quasi-emperor willing to sacrifice himself to send Fu Renjia out of the ancestral dragon abyss, he knew how important the birth of a demon was to the demon hall. Originally, he should be happy that Fu Renjia had such a fortuitous encounter, but in his heart, he could not bring himself to be happy. I have a feeling that it might not be a good thing for Fu Renjia to be a demon-nurturing heavenly fetus. Also, before he fainted, why did he say he wasn't a demon-nurturing heavenly fetus? Confusion flashed through Yi Fei's eyes. Then, he remembered the bone ship that had taken Fu Renjia away. He hurriedly asked the Black Fog old man, "That's right, Hall Master. What is the origin of that bone ship?" "I am He Ming." After glancing indifferently at Yi Fei, He Ming raised his head to look at the demonic clouds in the sky and said, "That is the underworld bone ship. It is the supreme treasure of my life and death hall. It is said that we can cross the mysterious underworld river and enter the world of the dead through this ship. Back when the Life and Death Hall was destroyed, Grandmaster took a portion of us and fled into the ancestral dragon abyss, forming the current Sanluo Temple. A small portion of the demonic palace's survivors seized the underworld bone ship and fled into outer space, preserving a portion of their strength. Otherwise, this old man would have led people to kill all those traitors long ago." At the mention of the demonic palace, a bone-deep hatred flashed through He Ming's eyes. Yi Fei did not belong to the Life and Death Hall, so he naturally could not understand this hatred. However, he also understood why the quasi-emperor clans could not destroy the Life and Death Hall despite spending tens of thousands of years. Not to mention that the ancestral dragon abyss near the ancestral dragon abyss was easy to defend and hard to attack. Just the fact that the demonic palace's bone ship could travel through outer space was enough to make the quasi-emperor clans unable to find it. Unexpectedly, the demonic palace actually hid in outer space. Could it be that we cultivators can survive in outer space? Yi Fei exclaimed in shock. He Ming smiled coldly and said, "It is impossible to survive in outer space. However, in the distant ancient era, there were planets with life near the Tianwu continent that martial gods opened up. However, most of those planets are now occupied by martial emperor clans. For example, that white-clad person who fled earlier should be from the Emperor's Star." "Emperor's Star? D-Fan? What is the relationship between the two?" Yi Fei felt like the Quasi-Emperor's words opened a new world to him. Just at this moment, He Ming's expression suddenly changed. Impatiently, He Ming urged, "Brat, where did you get so many questions from? Just because I answered your questions, there are already Quasi-Emperor demonic beasts working together to kill us. Why do the Quasi-Emperor demonic beasts want to kill us?" Yi Fei continued asking. These questions nearly made this Quasi-Emperor, He Ming, vomit blood. He could only say angrily, "My Dark Azura Hall has an agreement with the Ancestor Dragon's Abyss. Quasi-Emperors are not allowed to enter. Once we enter, all the Quasi-Emperor demonic beasts will work together to attack the Dark Azura Hall. Stop being so long-winded and quickly leave with me." "Don't. Hall Master, please give me a few more minutes." Yi Fei suddenly felt anxious. It was not easy for him to come in, and he had narrowly escaped death. Now, Fa Wudao and Lu Rufeng had fled, Di Fan had left, and Fu Rinjia had been taken away by the Bone Ship. There were no longer any opponents in the entire nest of Quasi-Emperor demonic beasts. Yi Fei felt that if he did not take this opportunity to dig a few holes in the nest of Quasi-Emperor demonic beasts, he would feel somewhat uncomfortable. Without waiting for He Ming to nod, Yi Fei had already rushed to the nest of the Quasi-Emperor demonic beasts not far away. The dragon tortoise even took out a spirit stone and rubbed its sharp dragon claws, preparing to dig a big hole. He Ming was somewhat shocked. Then he could not help cursing. Who taught this brat? He is a classic bandit who values treasures over his own life. How can my Dark Azura Hall have such a disciple? Furthermore, that demonic beast used up all the spirit veins to help the demonic beast conceive. You little bastard, are you still hoping to dig out another egg? Hall Master, there is no egg here, but there's an eggshell. This is also a treasure. Yi Fei was very excited. When he saw the 3 Quasi-Emperor demonic beasts nearly fighting over the body of the demonic beasts, he knew that the entire body of the demonic beasts was a treasure. Since he could not take advantage of the demonic beast's body, he could only pick up the black eggshells that the demonic beasts left behind and take them away. This could be considered a different kind of harvest. Immediately, Yi Fei instructed the dragon tortoise to dig out all the eggshells, which were harder than spirit stones, and take them away. Seeing this scene, He Ming's face suddenly twitched violently. Although he despised Yi Fei's method of robbing the demonic beasts, He Ming had to admit that all of them had overlooked the demonic beast's eggshells in the nest. It should be known that the entire body of the dragon race was a treasure. Even the eggshells of the demonic beasts were extremely precious spiritual objects. More importantly, the demonic beasts that laid these eggs were Quasi-Emperor level demonic beasts. Even if most of the energy in the demonic beast's eggs had been absorbed by Fu Rinjia using the demonic beast conceive, the demonic beast's eggs were still very precious. After all, these eggshells were stained with the cord blood of the demonic beasts. The cord blood of a Quasi-Emperor level demonic beast was enough to give birth to a special low-grade bloodline for ordinary cultivators. If not for the fact that He Ming was a Quasi-Emperor and the Hall Master of the Dark Azura Hall, he would have thrown away his pride and rushed down to snatch all the eggshells that Yi Fei had picked up. Chapter 13:11. Cultivating in seclusion. Not long after Yi Fei left, a terrifying roar came from the ancestral dragon abyss. More than a dozen Quasi-Emperor demonic beasts rushed to the demonic dragon's lair. We were still a step too late. A Quasi-Emperor demonic beast let out a furious roar. Then, as if venting, it spat out countless flames, turning the forest into a barren land. It also burned a formation stone on the ground into powder. Lu Rufeng escaped the white-bone wasteland in one breath. Just as he was about to leave the Dragon Head realm, he suddenly sensed the formation stone he left behind shattering. Many fragments entered his mind. Lu Rufeng's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. A Quasi-Emperor of the Sunluo Hall actually entered the ancestral dragon abyss, and a demonic breeding heavenly fetus. A Quasi-Emperor of the Human Demon Hall self-detonated. Yi Fei, count yourself lucky this time. However, there won't be a next time. If I don't kill this person, Where will the dignity of the divine, martial sacred academy go? Lu Ruffing left the Dragon Head realm with a furious expression. Sun Luo Hall. He Ming sat on the Hall Master's seat with a gloomy expression. Beside him were all the quasi-emperors of the Sun Luo Hall. They all came out of seclusion at the same time with grave expressions. I didn't expect the Human Demon Hall to sacrifice a quasi-emperor's life to obtain the demonic breeding heavenly fetus. It seems like the Human Demon Hall is after something big, a quasi-emperor said with a sigh. Grand Hall Master, what should we do now? We didn't hesitate to break the agreement with the ancestral dragon abyss and barged in to kill the demonic breeding heavenly fetus. Now that we failed at the last step, we even angered the quasi-emperor demonic beasts of the abyss, a quasi-emperor said with a worried expression. So what if they are angered? At most, we will fight. Grand Hall Master, give the order, a quasi-emperor said with a fighting spirit. After all, this wasn't the first time the Sun Luo Hall had fought with the ancestral dragon abyss. Hearing this, He Ming nodded and said, "That's right. The ancestral dragon abyss is nothing to fear. The Human Demon Hall is our biggest threat. Pass down the order. Seal the Sun Luo Hall. Everyone below the martial monarch realm is to enter seclusion. Those above martial monarch demonic beasts will prepare for battle. Now that a quasi-emperor demonic beast has died, the other quasi-emperor demonic beasts will blame us." Yes, Grand Hall Master. Knowing that the demonic beasts of the ancestral dragon abyss might attack the Dark Azura Hall, the expressions of the quasi-emperors present turned grave. The first thing Yi Fei did after returning to Sun Luo Temple was to kill his way into Yu Zhijiang's palace with the devouring soul sword in hand. Yu Zhijiang, Venerable Qing Mu, you two old geezers are indeed here. Very good. Hand over your lives. Thinking about how he almost lost his life in the ancestral dragon abyss, Yi Fei didn't hesitate and slashed forward with his sword. This shocked Yu Zhijiang and Venerable Greenwood, who were drinking tea together. The other saint children from the Sun Luo Temple were also frightened. Brother Yi, the situation is like this. We didn't mean to trick you, but the palace masters have already given the order to test you like this. We can't do anything about it. Yu Zhijiang and Venerable Greenwood still had some conscience. They knew that they really tricked Yi Fei this time. Even a quasi-emperor self-destructed inside, but Yi Fei still managed to come back alive. Just this point alone was enough to make the two of them feel that it was a miracle. Yi Fei was still very unhappy. He asked coldly, "I can't forgive you, but you can't escape punishment. If you want me to forgive you, you have to promise me one thing." "Okay, not to mention one thing, we'll promise you 10 things. Yu Zhijiang and Venerable Greenwood quickly smiled. They really couldn't afford to offend Yi Fei now. One should know that Yi Fei could defeat the blood ancestor demon god, who was a late-stage martial monarch when he was in the martial saint 9th level. Now that Yi Fei was in the martial saint 10th level, he could easily defeat ordinary perfect martial monarchs. This kid is obviously an ordinary person, but he can be so abnormal. Even martial monarchs like us have to lower ourselves to appease him. Yu Zhijiang and Venerable Greenwood looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. After all, the other party was a martial monarch. They tricked him under the quasi-emperor's order. Yi Fei still wanted to stay in the Dark Azura Hall. Of course, he wouldn't risk offending them. Seeing that the two of them had admitted their mistakes, he said with satisfaction, "I can't forgive you. Now I'm going to go into seclusion to break through. This palace looks good. Okay, if Brother Yi likes this palace, feel free to use it." Yu Zhijiang heaved a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that Yi Fei would come back and seek revenge like he did to the blood ancestor. He didn't expect Yi Fei to only ask for a palace. This was a piece of cake for them. It seems that this kid still has some conscience. Venerable Greenwood nodded slightly. His master was He Ming, the palace master. Of course, Venerable Greenwood knew that Yi Fei had dug up many demonic beast nests in the ancestor dragon abyss and obtained a large number of treasures. This was especially so for the demonic dragon eggshells. Venerable Greenwood's eyes turned red. While Yi Fei was in seclusion, Venerable Greenwood had already secretly discussed with Yu Zhijiang how to get a few eggshells from Yi Fei. Inside the palace, Yi Fei took out a large pile of eggshells, somewhat vexed. Among them, the eggshells that had been stained with the blood of quasi-emperors, demonic beasts, umbilical corpses were the signs of his preservation. When he returned, Palace Master He Ming had already told him how precious these eggshells were. There's a total of 13 eggshells that have been stained with the blood of quasi-emperor demonic beasts, umbilical corpses. That is to say, with these eggshells, I can give birth to a low-ranked demonic dragon bloodline in 13 people. Although this kind of bloodline was the lowest special bloodline, it was still extremely valuable. Of course, Yi Fei would not hand it over to the Dark Azura Hall. Instead, he planned to bring it back to his family Yi. That way, there would be many geniuses with special bloodlines in the family Yi. There's also Xia Jun. He has a special constitution, but not a special bloodline. Although he didn't say it, I can tell that he was quite disappointed when he saw little Fatty and Lin Tianjiao catch up and surpass him. It just so happened that he had a special bloodline in his hands. Of course, he would not forget about his little brother, Xia Jun. After spending some time organizing the demonic dragon eggshells, Yi Fei poured out a large number of spiritual stones and immortal crystals from his space belt. I dug these out from the demonic beast nests in the ancestor dragon abyss. With these cultivation resources as support, I can completely focus on cultivating in seclusion for the next few months. A strong sense of expectation flashed across Yi Fei's eyes. Since he had just broken through to the 10th level of the Martial Saint realm, he did not continue to try to break through to the half-martial Emperor realm. Instead, he decided to cultivate the 8th level of the Battle Demon Way while stabilizing his cultivation base. This way, I will have a body as strong as an Emperor weapon. Even if I face a quasi-Emperor's attack, my body will be able to withstand it for a while. After taking a deep breath, Yi Fei quickly used the Undying Sword Soul to increase his comprehension ability and started to comprehend the 8th level of the Battle Demon Way crazily. However, the higher the level of the martial art, the more complicated the laws of heaven and earth it contained. Even with the Undying Sword Soul increasing his comprehension ability, Yi Fei still spent a whole month before he barely managed to grasp the specifics of the 8th level of the Battle Demon Way. Then, he spent another month to completely understand the laws of heaven and earth contained in the 8th level of the Battle Demon Way. Chapter 13:12. Predecessor's Notes Rumble. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't cultivated it, but as soon as he did, Yi Fei was shocked. As soon as he used the Battle Demon Dao, every single cell in his body turned into a deep black hole. Then, these black holes started absorbing all the energy around him. Immortal crystals, spirit stones, the spirit vein in the martial Emperor's palace, and the spiritual qi in the air. The cells in his body didn't reject anything. After cultivating like this for about 10 days, Yi Fei could no longer find any spiritual qi in the air around him. The spirit vein, which was the foundation of the martial Emperor's palace, had been sucked dry by the black holes in his body because Yi Fei hadn't controlled it well. Yu Zhijiang should be crying now. God knows that I only borrowed his palace to cultivate in seclusion. I didn't intend to destroy the palace's spirit vein. After absorbing an entire spirit vein, Yi Fei wanted to cry, but had no tears. In fact, even he hadn't expected that cultivating the 8th level of the Battle Demon Path would result in such a terrifying outcome. Although the consumption of the Battle Demon Path in the past was shocking, if Yi Fei had taken out a few billion spirit stones in one go, he would have been able to forcefully raise the level of the Battle Demon Path. But this time, it wasn't possible. In the past 10 days, Yi Fei estimated that the spiritual qi he had refined had exceeded 10 billion upper spirit stones. This was an astronomical figure, but his Battle Demon Path showed no signs of breaking through. Of the countless cells in his body, only 1/10 of them had reached saturation due to the spiritual qi. The remaining 9/10 were still empty black holes that showed no signs of filling up. What's going on? Could the human demon have tricked me? Is there something wrong with the Battle Demon Path he gave me? This thought flashed through Yi Fei's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. In terms of martial arts, the human demon could trick anyone but him. That was because he had the undying sword soul in his body, which could increase his comprehension without limit. Because of this, Yi Fei was very confident that there was no martial art in this world that he could not comprehend. Besides, with how powerful the human demon is, if an existence like him wants to kill me, he only needs to lift a finger. There is no need for him to tamper with my martial arts. Not only would it be easy to see through, it would also be very despicable. Why would a martial god who could destroy the world do something so senseless? Since it's not a problem with a martial skill, could it be that cultivating the battle demon way requires such a terrifying consumption? Yi Fei couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Not long after, he decisively stopped cultivating. My understanding of the martial Tao is still too shallow. If I want to understand the principles behind it, even if I have the undying sword soul to increase my perception, I'll still need at least 20 years of hard thinking. There were less than 2 months before the Saint Challenge. He didn't have 20 years to waste. Yi Fei immediately pushed open the palace door and walked out. However, he saw Venerable Qing Mu standing outside like a door guardian. He wasn't surprised to see Yi Fei come out. Instead, he threw a book over and said, "Master told me to give this to you. He said that this thing should be useful for your breakthrough." Hall Master gave it to me. He knows that I've encountered obstacles in my cultivation. Yi Fei was a little surprised. I'm not sure about that. However, Master said that since you were able to enter the ancestral dragon's abyss without dying, you've passed the Sun Luo Hall's first test. This book is your reward. It's only suitable for you. Venerable Qing Mu continued with a cold expression. Yi Fei couldn't help but curiously flip open the book. After a few glances, his body shook. He immediately understood why Hall Master He Ming gave him this book. It was because this book was the cultivation notes of a senior from the Hall of Life and Death who had also passed the path of despair. Later on, when the Hall of Life and Death was in chaos, this book fell into the hands of the Sun Luo Hall. Unfortunately, the quasi-emperors of the Sun Luo Hall naturally wouldn't step onto the path of despair. Naturally, no one was interested in this book. He Ming was happy to do Yi Fei a favor and at the same time deepen Yi Fei's sense of belonging to the Sun Luo Hall. In Yi Fei's eyes, this book was indeed a priceless treasure. For the first time, he sincerely cupped his hands to Venerable Qing Mu and said, "I'll have to trouble Venerable Qing Mu to pass on my words to the Hall Master. Yi Fei will remember today's kindness." Venerable Qing Mu nodded and said, "I'll help you pass on the message. Also, don't come out if there's nothing important. The demonic beasts of the ancestral dragon's abyss are about to attack the city." With that, Venerable Qing Mu hurriedly left. It was only now that Yi Fei noticed that the entire area around the Sun Luo Hall had been uprooted from the ground and entered the center of the 18 killing formations on the periphery. It was even acting as the formation spirit to maintain the operation of the entire formation. At the same time, countless demonic beasts were being driven out of the ancestral dragon's abyss by the quasi-emperor demonic beasts. The black mass of demonic beasts turned the entire white bone wasteland into a black ocean. At this time, even if Venerable Qing Mu hadn't reminded him, Yi Fei wouldn't have come out to wander around. It would be terrible if he was captured and sent to the front line as cannon fodder. He wasn't the only one. All the disciples of the Sun Luo Hall had entered closed-door cultivation. Even the saints who wanted to suppress Yi Fei had all entered closed-door cultivation and worked hard to cultivate. Under the pressure of the demonic beasts attacking the city, the two blood ancestors, Xue Sha and Xue Yin, had no choice but to temporarily put aside their grudges against Yi Fei and join the Sun Luo Hall's defense system. However, Xue Wan still hadn't returned. There are countless Daos in the world, but there are a total of 10 strongest Daos. They are divided into the God Dao, Demon Dao, Witch Dao, Demon Dao, Heavenly Tribulation Dao, and Despair Dao. Yi Fei flipped open the notebook and saw a very familiar paragraph at first glance. He had heard the demon god mention this paragraph before. However, The demon god had mentioned the 10 strongest forces in the world. As for the senior that trained in the path of despair, he classified those 10 different powers as the 10 strongest martial paths. The introduction to the Despair Tao was especially detailed. After carefully studying this notebook, Yi Fei was surprised to find that cultivating the despair didn't necessarily require one to cultivate both the War Demon Tao and the War God Tao at the same time. It turns out that one can cultivate the Despair Tao as long as any of the supreme Fiend God techniques are combined. However, the War God Tao and War Demon Tao are the most suitable cultivation methods for humans to cultivate. If one cultivates either one, they can become a powerful existence second only to gods and demons. If one cultivates both at the same time, they can become a god and a demon. At the same time, cultivating the War Demon Tao was divided into 3 stages. For example, what the Demon Emperor passed down to Yi Fei was the complete cultivation of the bones and tendons, as well as a small portion of the cultivation of the flesh and blood. After obtaining the complete War Demon Tao from the humanoid demon in the land of buried gods, Yi Fei had finally embarked on the complete cultivation of the flesh and blood. However, the War God Tao also has a special characteristic. The first 7 stages cultivate the bones and flesh. At the 8th stage, one needs the flesh and blood to be refined to the finest detail and further condense the demonic body. After reading the contents of the notebook, Yi Fei understood that the so-called refinement of the flesh and blood referred to the countless cells of the human body. Chapter 13:13. Demonic Beast Attack. It's just that the Battle Demon Path has a huge limitation in cultivating cells. It requires a huge amount of energy. Unfortunately, the era I lived in was the most chaotic era of the Tianwu continent. There was a huge amount of resources, but there was no complete cultivation technique beyond the 8th level of the Battle Demon Path. In the end, all my efforts were for naught, and I was defeated by the martial Emperor Tribulation. The 3 words, hate, expressed the regret in the owner's heart. Yi Fei thought that this person must have been an unrivaled genius. The fact that he was able to merge the despair force for the 4th time was enough to show how powerful he was. Unfortunately, the path of despair was too difficult, and the martial arts of the Battle Demon Path were missing. This genius, who was able to merge the despair force for the 5th time, had died tragically in the martial dominator tribulation, leaving behind this incomplete notebook, which ended up in Yi Fei's hands. Compared to the senior, I'm lucky because I have the complete Battle Demon Path and Battle God Path. However, at the same time, I'm also unlucky because I don't have that senior's opportunity to obtain a huge amount of resources. Yi Fei was very depressed. The reason for his depression could be described with one word: poverty. Yi Fei also didn't know that in the ancient era, those who dared to walk on the path of despair were, without exception, the strongest peerless geniuses. Only they had enough comprehension and resources to walk on this invincible path of death. Someone like Yi Fei, who dared to walk on this path of invincibility as an ordinary person, was definitely unheard of in the ancient era. It seems that without enough cultivation resources, my path of despair has come to an end. Hall Master He Ming specially gave me this notebook. Is he hinting to me that without the Sun Luo Temple providing me with a huge amount of cultivation resources, the path of despair will definitely be a true path of death for me? Yi Fei was also a shrewd person. Venerable Qing Mu had also said that coming out of the ancestral dragon abyss alive was only the first step of the Sun Luo Temple's test. Since there was a first step, there must be a second step. As for what the second step was, there was no need to ask. Yi Fei had already guessed most of it. If I want to obtain Dark Azura Hall's enormous cultivation resources, I only have one choice, and that is to offer absolute loyalty. Only absolute loyalty can make a faction nurture me regardless of the cost. Before joining the true Martial Sacred Academy, Yi Fei would have considered it. Unfortunately, he had already joined the true Martial Sacred Academy. If he betrayed the academy and became the public enemy of the 4 academies, he could still use the excuse of injuring himself to gain sympathy. If he swore loyalty to the Senluo Temple, then he would truly betray the academy. Any explanation would be futile. Plus, by swearing loyalty to the Senluo Temple, I will be bound to the Senluo Temple for the rest of my life. I will also lose my freedom. Without freedom, even if I become a martial god, I will only be a tool for the powerful Senluo Temple. Thinking up to this point, Yi Fei's expression gradually became resolute. In this lifetime, I will never be someone's tool. Those ancient geniuses had the support of martial gods and martial monarchs. They also had resources thousands of times greater than the Senluo temples, but didn't they still die on the path of despair in the end? If that's the case, why don't I do the opposite? A true expert doesn't rely on others, but himself. It was decided then. I will walk this path of despair with my own strength. I don't believe that I can't break through the battle demon path after digging up so many spirit veins. Making up his mind, Yi Fei quickly took out all the spirit stones and immortal crystals he had collected in the ancestral dragon abyss, except for the necessary rations for Xiao Qiao and the dragon tortoise, and immediately refined them. Rumble. In the ancestral dragon abyss, Yi Fei had dug up more than a dozen spirit veins. The total value of these spirit veins was equivalent to the spirit chi of 100 billion upper spirit stones. Yi Fei's flesh and cells rapidly absorbed such a huge amount of spirit chi. Many of the black, hole-like cells in his body immediately shone with a golden radiance like stars under the infusion of spirit chi. In the end, 1/10 of Yi Fei's flesh and blood began to flicker with a golden demonic radiance. As more spirit chi poured into Yi Fei's body, the golden color of his flesh and blood continued to increase. Boom! Suddenly, the entire Senluo temple shook violently. This was not caused by Yi Fei's cultivation, but by the countless demonic beasts outside the Senluo temple charging at the killing formation. The quasi-emperors in the Senluo temple who were in charge of preparing for battle were all alarmed. They rushed out of the range of the killing formation, and thunderous roars immediately came from the horde of demonic beasts that was like a black sea. More than a dozen quasi-emperor demonic beasts rushed out without showing any signs of weakness. They blocked the path of the Senluo temple's quasi-emperors and started a fierce battle. Blood was everywhere in the sky. There were demonic beasts and quasi-emperors. On the ground, demonic beasts roared. Thousands upon thousands of martial monarch demonic beasts formed a horrifying flood. Driven by the quasi-emperor demonic beasts in the dark, they stepped over the corpses of countless demonic beasts and charged wildly at the killing formations of the Senluo temple. Boom! The first killing formation only lasted for 1 day before collapsing. The second killing formation only lasted until the second day. Similarly, countless demonic beasts used their bodies to break through it. Then, the third, the fourth. Hall Master, we cannot hold on any longer. A martial monarch cried out in panic. If the demonic beasts continued charging without any regard for their lives, not to mention the 18 killing formations of the Senluo temple, even if there were twice as many, they would not be able to hold on. He Ming's expression turned grave. Then, he shook his head coldly and said, "It looks like signing an agreement with the demonic beasts to let them rest and recuperate was a mistake. It is not too late to discover this now. Send for the Wind Thunder Tower." Yes, send for the Wind Thunder Tower. All the quasi-emperors retreated. Then, they all turned into motes of light and merged into a huge white bone tower. This was also a supreme treasure of the ancient life and death hall. Although it was called the Wind Thunder Tower, it was actually an ancient killing weapon forged from the bones of countless martial emperors. Kill! As He Ming roared, a horrifying hurricane suddenly appeared in the entire Wind Thunder Tower. This hurricane howled as it flew out, crushing all the demonic beasts in its path. Then it flew towards the 8-legged, 4-faced quasi-emperor demonic beast. That quasi-emperor demonic beast only lasted for a breath of time before its huge body was torn apart, dying miserably on the spot. Roar! Everyone, be careful. That is an ancient war weapon. It exists specifically to kill us. Retreat. The Sunluo Temple will one day destroy it. The furious roars of the quasi-emperor demonic beasts came from the distance. The demonic beasts that could become quasi-emperors were all very smart. When they saw the Wind Thunder Tower kill the 8-legged demonic beast with one strike, all the quasi-emperor demonic beasts retreated, instantly leaving the Wind Thunder Tower's attack range. Chapter 13-14. Great perfection of the physical body inside the Wind Thunder Pagoda. He Ming and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Wind Thunder Pagoda was very powerful, they were not true martial emperors. Every time they activated the Wind Thunder Pagoda, it would suck away a portion of their lifespan. This was also the reason why the Dark Azura Hall did not dare to kill the demonic beasts. Damn it! If we could activate the Wind Thunder Pagoda indefinitely, we could kill all these demonic beasts and dominate the Ancestor Dragon Abyss. A white-haired quasi-emperor roared. This quasi-emperor did not have much lifespan left in the first place. Activating the Wind Thunder Pagoda drained him the most. He Ming immediately ordered, pass down the order. Find the core of that quasi-emperor demonic beast and hand it to the Black Moon quasi-emperor. Many thanks, Hall Master. However, this old man does not have many years left to live. You should give such a treasure to a younger quasi-emperor. That white-haired quasi-emperor panted. After saying that, he wanted to return to his residence and continue his closed-door cultivation. However, He Ming forcibly stuffed the core he found into the white-haired quasi-emperor's hands. Then he said, "Martial Uncle Black Moon, please wait a little longer. The inheritors of the Martial Emperor's noble clans have already appeared. The Demon Human Hall's Netherworld Fairy has also returned from the starry heavens. There's only one possibility for this. The legendary Great Era will arrive soon. Preserve your lifespan. When that day comes, we will all have the possibility of breaking through to Martial Emperor." Hey, how can it be that easy? Although breaking through to Martial Emperor in the Great Era is no longer restricted by the Heavenly Tao, who knows when that Great Era will arrive? In the distant ancient era, someone said that the Great Era would arrive. In the end, the distant ancient era was destroyed. Tens of thousands of years ago, someone said that the Great Era would arrive. In the end, it was the demon-human calamity. It has been tens of thousands of years. How many outstanding geniuses like this old man managed to break through to quasi-emperor in just a few decades? In the end, we managed to endure the heavenly tribulation, but could not endure the merciless passage of time. The white-haired quasi-emperor shook his head. He had truly become indifferent and disheartened. He was once the strongest genius of the Sunluo Temple, second only to the innate saint. However, in the end, he could not endure the merciless years and became a dying old man. Heiyu's words made all the quasi-emperors present feel deeply sorrowful. Only He Ming's eyes flickered with confidence and hope. "Martial Uncle Heiyu, you can't say that. Why would an innate saint and a demon nurture a heavenly fetus appear at the same time at this time? Why would the Martial Emperor's noble clans and the Human Demon Hall choose to return to the Martial Heaven continent at this time? Unless the Great Era is about to appear, I cannot think of any other reason. So I hope so. If we can witness such an era with our own eyes, we would be willing to be struck to death by the heavenly tribulation." The Black Moon quasi-emperor sighed, but a glimmer of light gradually emerged in his gloomy eyes. The other quasi-emperors also felt excited. With just a few words, He Ming, the Hall Master, managed to inspire everyone. All the martial monarchs present looked at him with admiration. At this moment, Venerate Qing Mu, who was in charge of cleaning up the battlefield, also walked over. "Master, this time, our Sunluo Temple suffered great losses. Do you think we should cancel the Holy Sun Challenge that is about to begin?" "No, we cannot cancel it. We have to do it." The eyes of Xue Sha and Xue Yin turned bloodshot. They had already made up their minds to use this challenge to kill Yi Fei. If they canceled it, it would greatly affect their alliance with the other holy sons. He Ming casually glanced at the two blood ancestors. Then he asked indifferently, "Why should we cancel it?" This time, our Sunluo temple did not lose a single person when the demonic beasts attacked the city. Instead, we managed to kill a quasi-emperor demonic beast. This is a great victory. We should celebrate this victory. After a pause, a sly smile flashed across He Ming's face. He thought to himself, after reading that notebook, that brat should know that it is impossible to walk through the path of despair without the support of a large amount of resources. Let's see when he will come over and pledge his loyalty. I do not have the patience to continue waiting. Oof. Inside the palace, the violent shaking suddenly stopped. Yifei suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "The palace is no longer shaking. It looks like the demonic beast attack has been repelled. The Sunluo temple is indeed powerful. It looks like I have to think of a safe way. I will not become a tool for the Sunluo temple, and at the same time, I cannot become their enemy." This was clearly not an easy task. Yifei felt very vexed. However, now was not the time to think about this. Sensing that the battle outside was most likely over, Yifei did not hesitate. He immediately released his 8 yuan spirits and began to absorb the remaining spirit stones with all their might. At this time, half of the 100 billion spirit stones that Yifei had obtained in the ancestral dragon abyss had been absorbed by the cells in his body. This also caused his left hand and left foot to completely turn a golden color. This was somewhat similar to the golden body of Buddhism. However, it was completely different from the golden body. After reading the notebook, Yifei already knew that the martial path of the Tianwu continent could be roughly divided into 3 types: the spirit, the physical body, and the telekinesis golden body. The majority of martial arts cultivated the spirit. As long as the spirit was strong enough, even if only a wisp of a yuan spirit or a remnant soul was left, it could be reborn from a drop of blood or be reborn through possession. The rest were martial arts that specialized in body refinement. These martial arts could strengthen the fleshly body, making it virtually indestructible. Even if a powerful god devil was reduced to ashes, as long as a single piece of flesh, a single cell, was still alive, it would be possible to regenerate and be reborn. The final Buddhist golden body was between the 2 types. However, there were very few inheritances of the Tianwu continent's Buddhist path. The notebook also didn't record the details. It only mentioned a legend. It was said that even if a powerful Buddha died, as long as there were enough believers in this world who prayed to him and chanted his name, that Buddha would be able to borrow the faith of all living beings to be reborn. He would live forever. My battle devil Tao belongs to the 2nd type. It's a supreme devil art that cultivates the physical body. If I want to reach the 8th level of the battle devil Tao, I need 1/3 of my cells to turn golden. For the 9th level, I need 1/3. For the 10th level, I need all my cells to turn golden. Only then can I be considered to have stepped onto the true path of the battle devil Tao. Yifei's mind was constantly recalling the contents of the notebook. Then, he suddenly divided his attention into 3 parts. He began to activate the undying sword soul, trying to comprehend the 8th level of the battle god Tao and how to cultivate it. In any case, my cells are now actively absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi. I don't need to worry about them at all. I should take advantage of the fact that I haven't fallen out with the Dark Azura Hall to comprehend a bit more. That way, I'll have a bit more life-saving ability. Of course, it wasn't that Yifei hadn't thought of staying in the Dark Azura Hall. However, once he considered that if he really did betray the Sacred Institute, Xia Jun and the others who were still in the Sacred Institute would definitely be implicated. It was very likely that their cultivation bases would be crippled and they would be expelled from the Sacred Institute. Xia Jun, Lin Tianjiao, Little Fatty, they aren't just my friends. They're my brothers. I don't want to implicate them. Yifei shook his head and continued to comprehend. At the same time, while he wasn't paying attention, the spiritual stones on the ground had all disappeared. The rolling spiritual qi had turned into countless surging rivers of spiritual qi. They whistled in his body and gradually merged with each of his cells. After absorbing enough spiritual qi, each of his cells looked like a patch of golden sand that gradually glowed. Just like that, another day had passed. Yi Fei was still comprehending the key point of the battle god Tao. Suddenly, an earth-shattering rumble came from his body. His flesh, bones, and skin were all emitting a golden light that was filled with boundless oppressive might. It made Yi Fei appear like a human-shaped imperial armament that was filled with a soul-stirring, oppressive aura. He had broken through to the 8th level of the Battle Devil Tao. Chapter 13-15. The Saint's Challenge. I've finally broken through to the 8th level of the Battle Demon Path. Yi Fei could feel the explosive power in his body. He had a feeling that with his current strength, he might not even need to use any martial arts to kill an ordinary martial king with a single punch. After all, the 8th level of the Battle Demon Path had already made his physical body comparable to an emperor weapon. His physical body's destructive power had naturally increased as well. However, the current me is only comparable to a peerless genius like Di Fan in terms of physical body. In terms of martial arts, there's definitely a big gap between me and them. Unless I cultivate to the 8th level of the Battle God Path again, I wonder if I can fight against a peerless genius by then. Yi Fei was secretly looking forward to it. However, this little bit of anticipation was replaced by an empty space on the ground. There wasn't even a single spiritual stone to be found. Yi Fei's face twitched violently. Just to break through to the 8th level of the Battle Demon Path, I actually used up 100 billion upper-grade spiritual stones. That's equivalent to 10 complete spiritual veins. Then, Yi Fei instinctively released his divine sense to sense the number of spiritual veins in Sun Luo Hall. He could only sense about 20 or so spiritual veins. One of them had already been accidentally sucked dry by him. Unless Sun Luo Hall was generous enough to give him 10 spiritual veins, he wouldn't be able to break through to the Battle God Path. The Path of Despair is indeed not an ordinary path of despair. Yi Fei sighed incomparably. In the Beastmark space, Xiao Qiao and the Dragon Turtle looked at the empty space and nodded. They felt that Yi Fei could really eat. 99% of the spiritual stones that filled the space had gone into Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei felt helpless about this. He didn't know that the amount of spiritual stones required to cultivate the Path of Despair would be so terrifying. I have to think of a way to earn spiritual stones. I have to earn a lot, and quickly. How about I sell the demonic dragon's eggshell? Yi Fei subconsciously glanced at the eggshells in the Beastmark space. When he looked, Yi Fei nearly vomited blood. Other than the eggshells that were stained with cord blood, the normal eggshells were nowhere to be found. Dragon Turtle, it's your fault again. Yi Fei's eyes were red. Those eggshells were also spiritual items and could be sold for money. Roar. What answered Yi Fei was the Dragon Turtle's aggrieved roar. Then it pointed its claws at Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao also squeaked and pointed its little finger at the Dragon Turtle. It even blinked its big, innocent eyes. Yi Fei didn't need to guess to know that Xiao Qiao and the Dragon Turtle must have shared the loot again. But when he thought about how Xiao Qiao could even eat the eggshell, Yi Fei was speechless. By the way, the Chosen Ones are about to begin. I wonder if I'll be able to get anything from the Chosen Ones. I won't ask for much, just 10 billion spirit stones for each of the 9 chosen. The rest will come from the Blood Ancestor. Yi Fei gritted his teeth and looked at the empty space belt. A green light flashed in his eyes. Then, Yi Fei began to familiarize himself with his body in the palace. He first tried to punch the empty space, and the invisible air suddenly exploded. Boom! It was just a simple punch, but Yi Fei had already punched a big hole in the palace. Tiles rustled and fell on Yu Zhijiang, who had just entered. Yu Zhijiang stood on the spot in a daze. He looked at the huge hole in the palace he had lived in for decades. When he sensed that there was no trace of spiritual qi inside, the veins on his forehead bulged. However, he had no choice but to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Io, Brother Yi, I'm really scared of you. The Saints Challenge is about to start, but you still have the mood to practice here. Let's go, let's go. Yu Zhejiang pulled Yi Fei and walked outside. He couldn't wait for Yi Fei to leave and never come back. Yi Fei was actually quite embarrassed. However, since Yu Zhejiang didn't say that he would compensate, Yi Fei naturally couldn't ask for compensation. This old man betrayed me. This time, I destroyed his palace and sucked dry his spirit vein. Or even now, this little bastard. On the surface, he said that he didn't care, but he's actually so ruthless. Not only did he destroy my palace, but he also destroyed my spirit vein. If it weren't for the fact that I can't afford to offend him, I would definitely fight him to the death. Yu Zhejiang walked while gritting his teeth and laughing. He laughed so hard that Yi Fei felt embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he took out a few pieces of 10 millennia cold steel and handed it over. Old Yu, sorry for disturbing you. These pieces of cold steel are my thanks. 10 millennia cold steel. This is a material used to forge emperor weapons. Yu Zhejiang's eyes widened. He took the cold steel and finally found Yi Fei a little more pleasing to the eye. Yu Zhejiang said, Brother Yi, I won't take advantage of you. Let me tell you something. When you went to the ancestral dragon's abyss, Shuelwan also secretly left Sun Luo Temple. I heard that Shuelwan secretly came back yesterday. He should be here for the Saints Challenge. Shuelwan. Yi Fei's expression changed. Both Xue Sha and Xue Yin were martial artists with violent personalities. Only Shuelwan had some strategies. He had always been playing the role of a strategist in the Blood Demon sect. Shuelwan's secret return this time had raised Yi Fei's vigilance. However, when he thought about how he had already broken through to the 10th level of the martial saint realm and his body had reached the major success stage, his vigilance quickly turned into a murderous intent. It's good that Shuelwan has come back. I can use this chance to settle my grudge with the Blood Progenitor once and for all. In the Blood Progenitor's palace, seeing Shuelwan come out of seclusion, Xue Sha and Xue Yin, who had been waiting outside, became spirited. They asked together, Shuelwan, how was it? Did you find a way to deal with that devil Yi Fei? The Blood Progenitor actually called someone devil. No matter how you looked at it, it felt ridiculous. However, the 3 Blood Progenitors did not laugh. They were still gnashing their teeth. Shuelwan's hatred for Yi Fei was even deeper. He immediately cursed. I can't believe that even the ancestral dragon's abyss couldn't kill this little devil. However, don't worry, big brother and second brother. This time, I have absolute confidence. As long as you follow me and merge with me, I will definitely have a way to kill this little devil. That's great. If we kill this little devil, we will have avenged the destruction of the Blood Demon sect. The heavens have eyes. Xue Yin began to cry again. However, as he cried, a murderous intent had already appeared on his body. Xue Sha, on the other hand, was a little hesitant. Among the 3 of us, my combat strength is the strongest. In the past, when we merged with each other, I was always the leader. Why do you want to change the leader? Xue Sha felt a little uncomfortable. Shuelwan, on the other hand, smiled gently. Only I can use that treasure that I obtained. I also guarantee that this will be the only time. In the future, when we merge with each other, we will all follow you as the leader. All right, I will remember your words. Xue Sha only calmed down after getting the guarantee. Xue Yin was afraid that the 2 of them would have a conflict and ruin the plan. He suddenly pulled Xue Sha up and said, Xue Sha, since Shuelwan is so confident, let's listen to him. At the same time, let's also gather those holy sons. Xue Yin, you are right. Those holy sons failed to kill Yi Fei, and one of them even died. I don't believe that they are not afraid of Yi Fei's revenge. We can use them as scapegoats. Xue Sha smiled sinisterly. The 2 of them walked out together and separately invited the holy sons they were familiar with to start this demon-slaying conference. Shuelwan smiled as he watched Xue Sha and Xue Yin leave. Chapter 13:16. One against 9-inch master. Shuel has returned and gathered all the chosen. It seems like they haven't given up and still want to deal with Yi Fei. Should we stop them? Venerable Qing Mu stood beside He Ming. He was a fair person and understood how important Yi Fei was to He Ming. As soon as he noticed the blood ancestor's strange movements, he immediately came to report. He Ming also had a headache over the grudge between Yi Fei and the blood ancestor. However, he recalled how he had hinted to Yi Fei several times on the way here that as long as he was loyal to Sunluo Hall, he would be nurtured with all his might. However, Yi Fei had always feigned ignorance. Why should we stop them? I think that kid won't obediently submit to our Dark Azura Hall until he's bleeding. Let the blood ancestors teach him a lesson again, He Ming said unhappily. Venerable Qing Mu also nodded. He understood that his master was forcing Yi Fei to make a stand. But this is good too. Once Yi Fei swears loyalty to Sunluo Hall, he will be one of us. I hope that kid can grasp this opportunity. Venerable Qing Mu sighed. He understood that He Ming already valued Yi Fei. After thinking for a while, he decided to have a talk with Yi Fei to prevent this kid from being foolish and wasting his master's efforts. Venerable Qing Mu planned to find Yi Fei and persuade him before the Chosen Challenge began. His actions also caused the expressions of the Chosen who were paying attention to him to change. Not good. For Reverend Greenwood to leave now, he must have gone to inform Yi Fei, one of the holy princes said worriedly. Venerable Qing Mu had also appeared in the ancestral dragon abyss and scared them away. However, these Chosen did not know that Venerable Qing Mu's appearance was secretly arranged by a quasi-emperor. So be it. We'll also let Yi Fei know that the Sunluo Temple is not a place where an outsider like him can act arrogantly. If he knows what's good for him, then he'll lower his head to us. If not, then we'll use the Blood Ancestor's method to kill him during this Saint's Challenge. It's best to kill him directly. It won't be good if a cripple appears among the Saints. A certain powerful saint had always been disdainful of Yi Fei's heaven-forsaken physique. In addition, all the saints had gone into seclusion after the demonic beasts had attacked the city. Many of them had made great progress. They didn't believe that the 9 of them couldn't deal with Yi Fei alone. Therefore, when they saw Yi Fei and Yu Zhijiang walking over, several powerful Chosen immediately cast hostile gazes at Yi Fei. Yi Fei was speechless at these gazes. Before he could respond, he was pulled aside by Venerable Qing Mu. Yi Fei, don't blame me for not reminding you. The Blood Ancestor and the other Chosen have changed the rules for this Saint's Challenge. It's changed from drawing lots to a free-for-all. Do you know what this means? What does it mean? Yi Fei was very surprised. Drawing lots meant that he would draw lots to challenge a certain Chosen. A free-for-all meant that everyone would fight in the same arena. The remaining 10 would become the next Chosen. Don't play dumb. I don't believe that you can't see that this is a trap set up by the Blood Ancestor and the other Chosen. Killing is not prohibited in the Saints' Challenge of our Sunluo Hall. Venerable Qing Mu emphasized. Yu Zhijiang's expression also changed. If the 9 Chosen join forces with the other disciples to attack Yi Fei during the free-for-all, won't Yi Fei be dead for sure? Qing Mu, don't the quasi-emperors care? Yu Zhijiang said in shock. The quasi-emperors also want to care. Unfortunately, Yi Fei isn't a core disciple of our Sunluo Hall yet. However, if Yi Fei is willing to swear allegiance to our Sunluo Hall for life, perhaps I can ask Master to step in and help you resolve this crisis. Venerable Qing Mu's eyes shone brightly. His words were already so obvious. Why isn't this kid scramming over and swearing allegiance to Master immediately? Venerable Qing Mu was worried for Yi Fei when he saw that he wasn't anxious. This is what it means when the emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is. Yi Fei felt very depressed. He knew that this was most likely the Sunluo Hall's second test for him. Swear allegiance to him and ensure his safety. If he didn't, then the quasi-emperors would allow the Chosen and the Blood Ancestor to deal with him ruthlessly. It was clear that they wanted to tie his entire life to Dark Azura Hall. Not to mention that Yi Fei didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Sanluo Hall in the first place. Even if he did, he would absolutely not allow others to control his life. The heavenly Tao cannot control my life, much less humans. My life can only be held in my own hands. I will decide my own path. If you want to forcefully control my life, not to mention the Sanluo Hall, even a martial god like the human demon can forget about controlling my fate. A cold light flashed in Yi Fei's eyes, but he did not flare up. Instead, he sincerely thanked Venerable Qing Mu. Many thanks for the Venerable's reminder. However, I want to challenge all the chosen in the first place. Taking advantage of this chaotic battle, I can deal with all of them in one go, saving me the trouble of challenging them one by one. What? Yi Fei, you want to challenge all the chosen? Yu Zhijiang exclaimed in shock. Due to his carelessness, these words spread. Many of the quasi-emperors and martial monarchs who heard these words were enraged. How preposterous! What does this brat take the chosen of our Sanluo Hall for? He actually dares to boast that he wants to challenge all the chosen. What? Yi Fei wants to challenge all 9 of us. He even wants to fight all 9 of us alone? A chosen exclaimed when he heard these words through his spiritual sense. Then, all the Sanluo Hall disciples were in an uproar. Although many people knew that this chosen son challenge would be extremely intense due to the appearance of the dark horse Yi Fei, no one expected Yi Fei to be this arrogant. He wants to challenge all 9 chosen by himself. He's crazy. This Yi Fei is most likely crazy. This lunatic doesn't care about his life. This was simply looking down on all the chosen of Sanluo Hall. The faces of the 9 chosen, who were already standing in the arena and waiting for the challenge, turned ashen. A strong murderous intent even appeared in the eyes of those who were ranked near the top. Yi Fei, we know that you're very strong, but you can't be so arrogant. Get up here and fight with me. Boom! One of the saints flew into a rage and challenged Yi Fei to a duel. There was more than one chosen like this. 9 chosen stepped forward at almost the same time. They glared at Yi Fei and shouted in unison, "Demon Saint, you said it yourself. You want to challenge all 9 of us at the same time. A man keeps his word, 10,000 gold." Yi Fei nodded in a deep voice. Then he directly tore open the void and used the void steps to walk into the arena. His actions immediately shocked countless people. Many quasi-emperors and martial emperors couldn't help but look at Yi Fei in surprise. Shueisha suddenly took a deep breath. It's only been half a year, and this kid has become so strong. Even we don't dare to say that we can block the attacks of the 9 chosen. Haha, isn't this better? This little demon is courting death and has angered everyone. Perhaps we don't have to do anything. The 9 chosen are enough to join forces and tear Yi Fei apart, Shuiyin said with a sinister smile. Chapter 13-17. Humanoid Imperial Soldier. Yi Fei, I'll give you a chance. If you're willing to resolve your grudges with us, there will still be a place for you among the 10 saints. Otherwise, seeing that Yi Fei really dared to jump onto the arena and fight 1 against 9, the holy signs on the arena were all shocked. In the end, Yi Fei walked the path of despair. Even if the holy signs were confident that they could use their advantage in numbers to kill Yi Fei, they still wouldn't be able to. But if Yi Fei crazily counterattacked before he died, it was very likely that he would drag 1 or even a few of them down with him. No one was willing to take such a risk. A few of the weaker saints decided to hold back their anger and give Yi Fei a chance. If Yi Fei was willing to reconcile with them, they would give up on targeting Yi Fei. Understanding the intentions of these holy scions, Yi Fei could only smile coldly. He shook his head and said, "You're begging me. Fine, each of you take out 10 billion spirit stones as compensation, and I won't beat you up." Shut up. Impudent. How dare a piece of trash abandoned by the heavens be so arrogant in front of us? We've already given you a chance. If you don't cherish it, then die. To be able to become a saint, which one of them wasn't a genius? Which one of them wasn't proud and arrogant? They had long been angered by Yi Fei. Now that they heard that Yi Fei not only refused to lower his head, but also wanted to extort them, none of the saints could tolerate this. Boundless annihilation. The strongest saint among them suddenly exploded and rushed towards Yi Fei. This person formed a seal with both hands and actually sent out illusory images of living beings. It was as if an entire world was crushing towards Yi Fei. Good timing. All of you can come at me together. Yi Fei was in a hurry. All of you are my whetstones. Once my blade is sharpened, I'll use it to kill the blood ancestor. Little demon, you're courting death. Hearing this, the blood assassins and blood Een all stood up in anger. They wanted nothing more than to rush into the arena and kill Yi Fei. Shameless boasting. The origin soul of the saint that had attacked exploded. His boundless origin energy caused the people in his hand to turn from illusion to reality. Countless people roared and pointed at Yi Fei. He was condemned by thousands and cursed by tens of thousands. In that world, the evil thoughts of tens of thousands of people had gathered, forming an invisible force that was enough to crush the soul of an ordinary martial emperor. Seeing this, Yi Fei only smiled coldly. He activated the battle demon way, and his whole body suddenly shone like gold. No matter how many evil thoughts you have, I will kill you with one punch. Kill! Kill! Yi Fei's aura was like that of a demon. He suddenly took a step forward and threw an ordinary punch. His punch did not contain any true essence, nor was it a martial technique. However, the power it contained was even more terrifying than the martial techniques used by many martial emperors. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound. Yi Fei's fist had already pierced through the world in front of him, shattering the evil thoughts of the people inside. You can't do it. The 8 of you, come at me together. Yi Fei withdrew his fist. He did not even look at the saint that had been knocked back by his punch. He directly stretched out his hand and grabbed at another saint like a pincer. That saint immediately roared. At the same time that Yi Fei grabbed at him, he suddenly pulled out a large black demonic saber from his back. The saber light shattered the void, bringing with it a raging fire that burned the sky. Mountain of blades and sea of flames. I'll send you to your death. That saint roared. Suddenly, he became one with the saber, turning into a terrifying saber mountain that slashed down. Yi Fei smiled coldly and shook his head. Not to mention the mountain of blades and sea of flames. Even the 18 layers of hell will not be able to block my path. Break! Boom! Boom! The world shook. Yi Fei took large strides forward. Before the shocked gazes of countless people, he actually used his fist to smash at the huge saber mountain that was one with the saber. Then, the saber mountain collapsed and the sea of flames disappeared. There was only a miserable figure vomiting blood and falling on the arena. Next! Who's next? Yi Fei shouted loudly. He threw out 2 punches in a single breath, and just happened to defeat 2 very powerful holy sons. This scene shocked everyone present, and it also scared the remaining 7 holy sons. At the same time, their expressions changed, and they knew that they had no choice but to join forces. The remaining 7 saints roared together. As he wishes, attack together and kill this arrogant person. The reputation of the saints cannot be lost to him. Activate your domains. Let's fight it out with him. The 7 saints joined forces in an instant. One of the saints pulled out a demonic sword, and the whistling sword light formed a black chain that slashed through the void. It was filled with boundless demonic power. Another saint roared at the sky. His entire body burst out with endless black, demonic hands. Those demonic hands were like chains of death that pierced through the void and hooked Yi Fei's soul. The 3rd saint took out a mechanical Iron Man. The Iron Man expanded in the wind and turned into a steel monster that was dozens of meters tall. Its pitch-black fists were like 2 whistling mountains. They smashed toward Yi Fei's head. The remaining 4 saints also exploded with strong killing intent. Not only did they use various powerful techniques, but they also continuously released their domains. When the 7 saints attacked together, not to mention the martial emperors, even He Ming and the others who were watching the battle were secretly shocked. Yi Fei has caused too much trouble. Let's see how he's going to deal with this. He Ming's expression was ugly. He was using this as a warning to Yi Fei, not to let Yi Fei lose his life. Palace Master, don't attack first. This Yi Fei is not simple. He seems to have achieved great success in his physical body and is comparable to an imperial weapon. No wonder he dares to challenge the 9 saints at the same time. If this person was not abandoned by the heavens, I would have taken him as my disciple and inherited my legacy. Yu stroked his sparse white beard. At this moment, he was looking at Yi Fei with bright eyes. His words shocked many quasi-emperors and martial emperors. His physical body has achieved great success and is comparable to an imperial weapon. This brat is simply a human-shaped demonic beast. At this moment, Yi Fei was a terrifying human-shaped demonic beast in the eyes of many martial emperors. It was only when Yi Fei cultivated the war demon way to the 8th level that he truly understood how strong the path of despair was. No matter how the 9 saints attacked, he could not break through it. Apart from the domains, which Yi Fei could not break, Yi Fei relied on his fists to shatter all the other martial techniques. Kill. In the midst of the battle, Yi Fei suddenly abandoned all martial techniques and stopped using his true origin. Instead, he completely transformed into a human-shaped imperial weapon. He forcefully endured the attacks of the 9 saints and charged into the middle of them. With just one punch, one of the saint's shoulder bones was shattered and he was knocked to the ground by Yi Fei. Then, Yi Fei's body shook and he activated the war demon golden body. He directly charged at another saint and ferociously crashed into him. Boom! The entire arena shook violently. Yi Fei had only crashed into his opponent, but his opponent's protective true origin and treasures were all shattered. He fell to the ground, severely injured. Heavens, what kind of body-tempering cultivation technique is that? This Yi Fei is simply a human-shaped imperial weapon. Unrivaled. He is already unrivaled in the sage realm. Chapter 13:18. Sweeping through the sacred level, continue to kill. Even if his body is comparable to an imperial weapon, his martial arts are definitely not as good as ours. We still have a chance. A powerful saint child saw through this and decisively retreated, giving up on fighting Yi Fei in close combat. Instead, they stood far away and unleashed all sorts of powerful martial arts. A terrifying light instantly drowned out half of the stage. It also caused Yi Fei's unstoppable body to suffer a certain amount of damage. In the end, these saint children were the strongest in the Sinluo Temple. Whether it was in terms of combat strength or talent, they stood at the peak of the younger generation. 7 saints, 7 powerful domains, bombarded Yi Fei's body one after another. Even if it was an imperial weapon, it would be shattered if it suffered too much damage. Of course, that was under the condition that the imperial weapon couldn't resist. These 7 saint children's plan was good, but unfortunately, they didn't meet an imperial weapon, but a person. It was Yi Fei, the devil saint. Tai Chi domain. Yi Fei finally used his Tai Chi domain. He used the Tai Chi defense to block the saint children's domain attacks. A purple-gold Tai Chi radiance emerged from his body, making Yi Fei look even more like a terrifying demon god. He suddenly charged at an injured Holy Sun. His golden fist carried a terrifying aura of death. 3 consecutive punches had already shattered the shield that Holy Sun had hurriedly taken out. After that, Yi Fei didn't even turn his head as he raised his foot and kicked at the steel giant that was smashing towards him from the side. A terrifying rumbling sound rang out as if a mountain had been shattered. This sound rang out a total of 8 times. The steel giant in front of Yi Fei had already been kicked into a pile of scrap metal by Yi Fei. Yi Fei, I don't believe that you are invulnerable. Suddenly, a saint child boldly rushed forward and released the chain he had been preparing for a long time. This was the soul hooking chain. It could hook out a magical beast's soul without harming it. Clearly, under the pressure of Yi Fei's powerful physical body, this saint child had already subconsciously treated Yi Fei as a magical beast. The sound of metal chains rattling could be heard in the air. A metal chain with a hook had imperceptibly penetrated Yi Fei's body and hooked onto Yi Fei's soul. Success. The Holy Sun was overjoyed. He hurriedly pulled with all his might, trying to pull Yi Fei's soul out of his body. You can't beat me in terms of physical strength. Since you want to compete with me in terms of telekinesis, fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Fei didn't expect that the Dark Azura Hall would also have a telekinesis cultivation method, and that it could even transform into a soul-reaping chain like an emissary of hell. His interest was piqued, and he simply stopped moving. Instead, his physical body took root, and his soul released boundless psychokinesis. That saint discovered to his horror that his soul-hooking iron chains had not locked Yi Fei's soul, but the 8 terrifying heavenly dragons. Roar! The 8-division heavenly dragon let out a dragon roar. Its huge dragon body was wrapped in chains, and it suddenly pulled backward. Not only did the Holy Sun fail to draw out Yi Fei's soul, but the 8-division heavenly dragon suppressed his soul and quickly pulled him to Yi Fei's side. Poof! Yi Fei raised his hand and slapped the Holy Sun, who was adept at telekinesis, until his entire body went numb. Fresh blood spurted out of his body as he was stuck in the arena. His entire body seemed to shrink, and it was as if he was kneeling before Yi Fei. When they saw this scene, the other 8 Holy Suns were so frightened that they all took a few steps back. They no longer dared to join forces and attack Yi Fei. Senior Brother Yi, let us go. We are willing to respect you and treat you as the strongest Holy Sun. A few of the weaker Holy Suns were scared witless. The 9 of them couldn't defeat Yi Fei even when they joined forces. They were already completely terrified. The other Holy Suns didn't say anything either. However, their faces were filled with unwillingness. I understand why you are unresigned. Aren't you relying on your special bloodlines and your lofty status as Holy Suns to look down on ordinary people like us? Are you looking down on me, someone who has been abandoned by the heavens? Yi Fei coldly grabbed the Holy Sun, who was stuck in the ground, and grabbed him by the neck. His cold gaze swept across everyone. Didn't you all look down on me? Didn't you all want to join forces with the blood ancestor to assassinate me? Weren't you all afraid that I would snatch away your positions? Let me tell you this. Today, I will use my status as a mortal to kill all of you. I will trample on your pride and crush your dignity. Who says that special bloodlines are definitely strong? In front of a mortal like me, all of you are just good-for-nothings. Boom! Yi Fei's words silenced the entire Sun Luo Hall. If someone had previously said that geniuses with special bloodlines were good-for-nothings, everyone would have laughed. This was because it was a publicly acknowledged truth that ordinary martialists were inferior to those with special bloodlines. However, at this moment, no one could laugh. The Holy Suns were silent, the martial monarchs were silent, and even the quasi-emperors opened their mouths but found that they couldn't say anything. This was because the truth was right before their eyes. Yi Fei didn't have a special bloodline and was even inferior to ordinary martialists. He was someone who had been abandoned by the heavens. Such a person was destined to have no future on the martial Tao. To someone who had been abandoned by the heavens, the martial Tao was a dead end. However, Yi Fei had walked down this dead end. Now he had even crushed all the Holy Suns. Demon Saint. This is the true Demon Saint. He has turned the ordinary into a miracle. He has turned despair into hope. The Black Moon Quasi-Emperor was very emotional. In Yi Fei, he saw unyieldingness, strength, and also hope that he had lost. However, in the eyes of the 9 Holy Suns, what they saw was murderous intent and fear. This was a demon king who could kill them all. He really won't let us go. He wants to kill us. The faces of the few powerful Holy Suns were all pale. They wanted to escape from the arena, but under Yi Fei's murderous gaze, none of them dared to move. Whoever moved, Yi Fei could instantly take their life. The Holy Sun who was caught by Yi Fei revealed a deep fear in his eyes. If the demon saint wanted to kill, he would definitely be the first to die. Senior brother Yi, spare my life. That's right, I can give you spirit stones. 10 billion. I'm willing to give you 10 billion to resolve the grudge between me and senior brother. The Holy Sun was flustered. In his desperation, he remembered what Yi Fei had said on the arena. He seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw and immediately begged for mercy. What? You're willing to give me 10 billion spirit stones in exchange for your life? Junior brother, you're really... Why didn't you say so earlier? I wouldn't have had to beat you up so badly, Yi Fei complained. He was poor now. Compared to taking the lives of these holy sons, it was more worth it to extort a large sum of spirit stones. Thinking of this, Yi Fei changed his previous desperate stance and became like a spring breeze. He even used his immortal energy to heal the injuries of the holy sons in his hands. Junior brother, I've wronged you. That's right, look at the 10 billion spirit stones. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Please kindly accept it. In order to save his life, the Holy Sun was almost in tears as he handed his space belt to Yi Fei. Yi Fei checked it and confirmed that there were indeed 10 billion spirit stones in it. He happily released the Holy Sun. Chapter 1319. To be convinced willingly, Yi Fei, this is blatant extortion. We will report you to the quasi-emperors. The remaining 8 saints were furious. They were saints after all, the strongest of the younger generation. One of the stronger saints immediately shook his head and said sincerely, Senior brother Yi, we admit that we have lost to you. However, if we accept your extortion, where will our dignity go? That's right, where will our dignity go? The quasi-emperors will never let you be so presumptuous. One of the saints knew that he couldn't beat Yi Fei, so he tried to use the quasi-emperors to pressure Yi Fei. Seeing the faces of these holy princes, Yi Fei's heart suddenly surged with rage. He roared, Since you're holy princes, why don't you dare to fight me fair and square? Why are you working together to target me and assassinate me in the ancestral dragon abyss? How dare you talk to me about dignity? Are the saints of the Sanluo Temple all despicable people who only know how to launch sneak attacks? I am a very simple person. I will repay those who treat me well. I will definitely take revenge on those who treat me badly. Are you saying that only you can team up to kill me, but I am not allowed to kill you for revenge? Even a martial emperor won't be able to stop me from killing, let alone a quasi-emperor. Boom! Yi Fei pulled out the soul-devouring sword. In the beginning, he had only used his powerful physical body to suppress his opponents. However, the power of his physical body could only kill one saint at most. Therefore, he decided to use martial arts. The power of martial arts can kill more and faster. A fierce glint flashed across Yi Fei's eyes. This fierce glint made the faces of the saints on the arena turn even paler. The demon saint used his physical body to suppress the 8 of us. If he uses martial arts, it's over. I already said that we shouldn't team up with the blood ancestor. Great. Now Yi Fei doesn't want to live anymore. If he doesn't care about the quasi-emperors and attacks by force, a few of us will die. Senior brother Yi, don't do it. I surrender. No, I'm willing to use spirit stones in exchange for my life. Faced with Yi Fei's attitude of wanting spirit stones more than his life, the quasi-emperors watching the battle did not say anything for a long time. It was like they were indulging Yi Fei. All the holy signs were afraid, followed by deep fear. Helpless, the few weak holy sons could only spend spirit stones to avoid disaster. They painfully threw down 10 billion spirit stones and quickly left the arena. However, a few powerful saint sons still wanted to resist, but with someone taking the lead, the remaining people all handed over spirit stones to save their lives. The remaining saint sons were all alone, so it was even more impossible for them to be Yi Fei's match. They could only gloomily admit their defeat. In the end, they were still saints of the Sanluo Temple. 10 billion spirit stones was an astronomical figure for others, but the 9 saints present could easily take it out. Yi Fei was very depressed about this. If I had known that you guys were so rich, I would have asked for more. For just 10 billion spirit stones, he was willing to forgive these people for trying to assassinate him. Why did it feel like he was at a disadvantage? When the few holy scions who jumped off the arena heard this, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale, flustered. Could it be that this demon wanted to extort them a second time, as extortion was not enough? This brat is really evil. The Black Moon Quasi-Emperor personally witnessed the entire process and felt somewhat flabbergasted. Originally, this was a scene where all the holy scions were wiped out. In the end, this brat actually used this to make a fortune. Hall Master He Ming shook his head slightly and then nodded to himself. He was not stingy at all as he gave a thumbs up. Smart choice. If Yifei really insisted on taking revenge and killed all the holy scions, that would prove that this brat's character is extreme. That would make me afraid to nurture him. On the other hand, Yifei's extortion might seem excessive, but it is actually advancing in order to retreat. Not only did he preserve the strength of my Sunluo temple, but he also increased his own strength in another way. A true expert not only needs to have great courage and perseverance to press forward, he also needs great wisdom to know when to advance and when to retreat. I am very satisfied with Yi Fei's performance. Hall Master He Ming spoke directly to everyone. His tone was filled with admiration for Yi Fei. The Black Moon Quasi-Emperors and the other Quasi-Emperors also nodded in agreement. Only now did the Holy Scions understand why the Quasi-Emperors not only did not stop Yi Fei from openly extorting them, but also allowed him to do so by remaining silent. Actually, this challenge was a test for the Quasi-Emperors and Yi Fei. It was also a test for all the Holy Scions. The only difference was that all the Holy Scions failed this test. Only Yi Fei not only obtained full marks, but he also obtained the approval of all the Quasi-Emperors. Senior Brother Yi, we are convinced. From now on, we are convinced. Suddenly, a Holy Scion laughed loudly. He completely understood and no longer felt dissatisfied with Yi Fei in his heart. Instead, he felt heartfelt admiration for him. The other Holy Scions also nodded silently. Some of them lowered their heads in deep thought, while others looked ashamed. However, at this moment, no one would resent Yi Fei anymore. After all, in Sun Luo Hall, strength spoke louder than words. They had addressed Yi Fei as Senior Brother Yi with sincerity and completely acknowledged his status. Since the others were being polite, Yi Fei could not continue to act fierce. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Junior brothers, you are too polite. However, no matter how nicely you address me, I will not refund you the spirit stones." The Holy Scions laughed dryly. They felt tears welling up in their hearts. However, they made up their minds to never provoke this demon in the future. Yi Fei and the other Holy Scions also successfully smiled at each other. It could be said that this was a situation where everyone was happy and satisfied. This was definitely a situation that the three blood ancestors did not wish to see even in their dreams. Seeing Yi Fei defeat 9 Holy Scions by himself, Blood Hangman's eyebrows twitched. A dark cloud appeared between his brows. When he heard Hall Master He Ming give Yi Fei an extremely high evaluation of great courage, perseverance, and wisdom, Blood Hangman was so angry that he broke a tooth on the spot. He also saw that Yi Fei did not kill the Holy Scions. Not only did he win the favor of everyone in Sun Luo Hall, but he also broke the alliance between the Blood Ancestor and the Holy Scions in an instant. Scholar Shuel Wan suddenly smashed the chair he was sitting on with a bang. He stood up with a bloody aura. "Yi Fei, don't be so arrogant. Today, do you dare to fight the 3 of us again? That's right. You are a cripple abandoned by the heavens. Do you dare to fight?" Blood Hangman and Blood Hangman also stood up with murderous intent. "Impudent. Blood Ancestor, Yi Fei is now the strongest Holy Scion of Sun Luo Hall. From now on, all of you should live in harmony and not attack each other." The 2 black-clothed sub-emperors also stood up. They could see that He Ming valued Yi Fei. At this time, they naturally had to stand up and stop the 3 blood ancestors from taking revenge on Yi Fei. Chapter 1320. Sunluo Hell, right? We have the video as proof. Shueisha and Shuein went all out. Their grudge with Yi Fei was too deep. Now that the blood demon was dead, the source of the plague in their bodies could only be removed by the Black Lotus in Yi Fei's body. This turned both sides into mortal enemies that would not rest until one of them was dead. The three blood ancestors immediately took out the video of the promise of the two black-clad quasi-emperors, which they had secretly kept when they offered the blood demon cultivation technique. The video clearly showed the two quasi-emperors promising not to interfere with the grudge between the blood ancestors and Yi Fei. They even encouraged the blood ancestors to make a move on Yi Fei. Of course, the two quasi-emperors did this on the orders of the Hall Master. This included Yu Zhejiang's betrayal and the map that Venerate Qing Mu gave out as part of the Sunluo Hall's test for Yi Fei. This was originally a secret. Only the quasi-emperors, Yu Zhejiang and Venerate Qing Mu, knew about it. Now that the blood ancestors went all out and revealed this matter, all the disciples and martial monarchs of the Sunluo Hall were in uproar. The two black-clad quasi-emperors were even more enraged. Shueisha, Shuein, you actually kept the video? Two branch hall masters. We were just being careful. There is nothing wrong with that. However, since you already made a promise on behalf of all the quasi-emperors cannot go back on their word and interfere with our grudge with Yi Fei, right? Shueisha and Shuein went all out. Yi Fei suddenly felt somewhat wary. There were many mediocre blood ancestors in the past, but there were also many geniuses. The scholar Shuelwan was the smartest and most cunning of them all. He Ming also used a cold gaze to look at Shuelwan. Then he nodded and said, "Since we made a promise, we quasi-emperors will definitely abide by it." However, they made this decision on their own. You can fight again, but do not harm the lives of either side. The other quasi-emperors also nodded helplessly. In the end, the three blood ancestors had sworn loyalty to the Sunluo Hall. Now that they took out the video, as quasi-emperors, they naturally could not go back on their word and chill the hearts of the crowd. However, they already acknowledged Yi Fei's strength. Caught between a rock and a hard place, He Ming could only suggest such a compromise. This was indeed a good idea. It could resolve the grudge without any deaths or injuries. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Fei's feud with the three blood ancestors was so deep, he might have actually nodded. Unfortunately, the Black Lotus in my body is a hidden danger. Only by defeating the blood ancestors will I be able to get the solution to the problem of the Black Lotus from them. Hearing this, the three blood ancestors' faces turned cold as they shouted, No, we don't agree." Yi Fei, don't you want to solve the problem of the Black Lotus in your body? Do you dare to fight us to the death? If you win, we'll tell you how to solve the problem of the Black Lotus. If you lose, we'll take your life. Issued the challenge. All right, this is what you said. Let's fight to the death. If anyone dares to escape, I invite the quasi-emperors to kill them. Yi Fei was determined. Since they wanted to fight to the death, they might as well cut off all paths of escape for both sides. Shuelwan and Shui Yin's expressions changed. They hurriedly looked at Shuelwan. Shuelwan's aura surged. He nodded with a sinister smile and said, "That's right. We, the four blood ancestors, should settle this once and for all. Quasi-emperors, please open the Sunluo Hell." The Sunluo Hell? Yi Fei was confused by Shuelwan's words. He Ming said coldly, "The Sunluo Hell is the battlefield where martial emperors and quasi-emperors of the Sunluo Hall fight to the death. Unless one side dies, no one will be able to walk out of the hell. Yi Fei, you should consider this carefully. Once you enter, we quasi-emperors will not be able to help you. Thank you for your kind intentions, Hall Master. However, the grudge between me and the blood ancestors is too deep. If I don't die, I won't feel at ease. If I don't die, they won't be able to live. Hall Master, please open the Sunluo Hell." Yi Fei cupped his hands at He Ming, expressing his attitude. He had to kill these blood ancestors. "Sai, since you've already made up your mind, I won't force you. I'll let you end your grudge in the Sunluo Hell." He Ming could not shake the wills of the two sides. Due to the rules of the Sanluo Hall, he could only work with the three quasi-emperors to open a strange space. Although it was called a space, it was actually a bloody hell. Who knew how many corpses had piled up there? Even before entering, the aura it gave off already made many of the holy signs pale. After all, this place was the arena where martial emperors and quasi-emperors fought to the death. It was also the execution ground where the Sanluo Hall punished the disciples who made mistakes. Over the past tens of thousands of years, countless martial sages, martial monarchs, and even quasi-emperors had died in this space. Over time, this execution ground had turned into a mini-hell. When the three blood ancestors felt the aura of hell, they actually revealed ferocious expressions of enjoyment. They worked together and charged in. To prevent the three from entering and playing tricks, Yifei stepped into this space at the same time. He Ming worked with the quasi-emperors to close the space. Heavenly Moon Water Mirror. The old Black Moon quasi-emperor made a move again. He used a strange demonic mirror to communicate with the Sanluo Hall and that hellish execution ground. All the holy scions, disciples, and elders of the Sanluo Hall all gather before the demonic mirror when they heard the news. They raised their heads in anticipation, watching the battle in hell. Who do you all think will win this battle? The demon sage or the blood ancestor? This was not just the question of the disciples, but also the question of many martial monarchs and quasi-emperors. I hope it will be the demon sage. I am sincerely convinced that he lost to Yifei. Unexpectedly, one of the holy scions actually held Yifei in high esteem. This was not hard to understand. The Sanluo Hall had always spoken with strength. If Yifei was only slightly stronger than them, many of the holy scions would still look down on Yifei, despising and humiliating him. However, when Yifei fought against 9 of them alone and defeated them, these holy scions had no reason to be convinced. No, Yifei was sincerely convinced. This old man does not think so. The 3 blood ancestors clearly knew that Yifei's physical body had reached great perfection, yet they still dared to provoke him. They definitely have something to rely on. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Black Moon quasi-emperor. He also thought highly of Yifei. I'm already about to die of old age. I no longer need to care about the face of a quasi-emperor. If worse comes to worst, this old man will throw away my face and preserve a promising talent for the Sanluo Hall before I die. Clearly, the Black Moon quasi-emperor did not think that Yifei could defeat the blood ancestors. He Ming and the others also had solemn expressions on their faces. Big brother, second brother, Yifei has already gained the attention of the quasi-emperor. We cannot guarantee that the quasi-emperor will not go back on his word at the last moment. This time, we must end this battle quickly. We cannot give the quasi-emperor a chance to save him. The moment Shuel Wan entered hell, he summoned Xue Sha and Xue Yin to discuss something in a low voice. They spoke in a strange demon race language. Yifei could not understand them at all. He also could not be bothered to listen to what the 3 blood ancestors were discussing. This is the world of cultivators. Strength reigns supreme in everything. No matter how great the schemes of these people are, they're nothing more than a fist. Today, I must take down these 3 blood ancestors and kill them. Rumble. Chapter 1321. Devour Monet. The 3 blood ancestors spoke at the same time. They chanted demonic chants and held 3 blood-red cups in their hands. There were 3 rivers of blood flowing inside the cups. In the next moment, the 3 rivers of blood began to pour down toward Yifei and the limitless underworld, bringing with them a roaring sound. Boom! Blood splattered out of the goblet as the 3 blood ancestors' demonic chants became even more mysterious. They actually carried with them the ancient chant of the Devil Clan. As they chanted, the goblet suddenly shattered, as if 3 bloody holes had appeared in the body of a giant devil. Endless blood gushed out from the 3 holes and covered the entire limitless hell in an instant. Yi Fei was shocked to see that the space where the four of them were had turned into a sea of blood. This was a real sea of blood. This method was beyond Yi Fei's expectations. He had already exchanged blows with the Blood Ancestor twice, but he had never seen the Blood Ancestor use such a method. Shuowan, this is the method you found to deal with me after leaving the Dark Azura Hall. If that's the case, it's really disappointing. Yi Fei was disappointed. He thought that Shuowan would have prepared some powerful methods since he had been missing for so long. However, he didn't feel threatened by the 3 seas of blood. Boom! The whistling sword light formed a terrifying blood vortex in the blood sea. Above the vortex, Yi Fei stood on a blood flower. In his hand, the spirit-devouring sword was blooming with dazzling sword light. Kill! He waved his hand. It was no longer a sword in his hand. Instead, it was a torrential river of sword chi. The torrential sword chi formed a river and went against the flow of blood. Yi Fei's sword light enveloped the 3 blood ancestors at the same time. You're courting death. Kill this evil little devil. Damn it. He's growing too fast. The 3 blood ancestors were furious. Yi Fei was able to fight them to a draw when he was only at the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. Now that Yi Fei had reached the 10th level of the Martial Saint realm, his attack was no weaker than an ordinary late-stage Martial Emperor. Shueisha and Shuelwan didn't dare to be careless. They released their cups and rushed towards Shuelwan as fast as they could. They said, "Little demon, you're powerful. Shuelwan, we'll listen to you. Let's combine and kill this kid." "Ha ha, big brother, second brother, come quickly. With the 3 of us blood ancestors joining forces in this vast sea of blood, we will be invincible against anyone below the Boundary Emperor realm." Shuelwan's eyes were burning with greed and viciousness. Combine. Of course. Taiji Yinyang's sword. Yi Fei, Shuelwan, and Shuelwan blood were not only, they were not afraid. Shueisha and Shuelwan laughed. Shueisha and Shuelwan and Shuelwan laughed. Shuelwan and Wan Shue. Shuelwan were Shue were. Boom! As the blood ancestors chanted, countless blood people rushed out from the churning sea of blood. They weren't blood people, but blood slaves formed from fresh blood. Yi Fei was shocked to find that what was released from the cups wasn't a sea of blood, but groups of terrifying blood slaves. What kind of technique is this? How can it turn blood slaves into blood slaves? There's no such record in the blood demon scripture that the blood ancestor gave us. In front of the demonic mirror, the 2 black-clothed boundary emperors were furious. They were furious to find that the blood demon scripture that the blood ancestor gave them had been concealed. No, it doesn't seem to be concealment. This seems more like a new technique that Shuelwan obtained when he left the Sunluo Hall. Where did he go? How did he obtain such a technique? He Ming and He Yu's expressions turned serious. They were both powerful boundary emperors. They felt an inexplicable sense of danger from Shuelwan's sudden move. Yi Fei also felt the danger in the sea of blood. This was because he was currently in the sea of blood, which was equivalent to being surrounded by countless blood slaves. His sword light whizzed past and destroyed all the blood slaves that approached him. However, these destroyed blood slaves quickly used the sea of blood to revive and attack Yi Fei again. This technique feels so familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. The more Yi Fei killed, the more shocked he became. He had a faint feeling that something was wrong. While Yi Fei was temporarily blocked by the sea of blood, Shueisha and Shui Yin's bodies suddenly exploded. They decisively abandoned their physical bodies and merged their souls and primordial spirits into the blood in their bodies. They formed 2 twisting balls of blood and roared together. "Shuelwan, let go of your body and let us merge with you." Shuelwan suddenly laughed wildly. His laughter was sinister and also filled with greed. "Merge? No. Even if we merge, we might not be Yi Fei's match. The only way to defeat him is to devour him. Big brother, second brother, haven't you always wanted to kill Yi Fei? I promise you, once I devour you and merge the 3 of us into one, I will definitely kill him and avenge you. Shuowan, what are you doing? The three of us are as close as brothers. How dare you devour us? Blood demon. He must have obtained the technique to transform into a blood demon. Shuowan, you piece of shit. I Shue Sha will haunt you even if I become a ghost. Roar. The blood python wrapped around Shui Luan's body suddenly became incomparably large. It opened its mouth and wanted to devour Shui Luan in one gulp. Only Shui Yin was still a bit hesitant. However, in this moment of hesitation, he suddenly felt his soul being torn apart by a sharp weapon. Then his soul and blood were all crushed by Shui Luan and swallowed. Shui Sha, Shuiyin, you don't need to become ghosts because I will devour your blood and souls and merge them into my body. Only then will I be able to defeat Yi Fei, defeat this mortal who doesn't know his own strength. Roar. After devouring Shuiyin, Shui Luan's eyes became even crazier. His speed became even faster than a ghost as he rushed to the side of Shui Sha's blood python. He only needed to use all his strength to tear it apart. Shui Sha screamed as his blood and soul were torn apart at the same time. Then, Shui Luan grabbed them and swallowed them whole. Blurg. This scene made many disciples of the Sanluo temple vomit. Even evil devils found it hard to adapt to such cruel behavior. I know. I understand. This sea of blood is extremely similar to the bone demons refined by the blood demon. Shui Luan must have gone to the Chan monastery of Devanaga, and he even benefited greatly. Yi Fei was filled with regret. Back in the Chan monastery of Devanaga, he had once used the blood demon to fend off the heavenly tribulation. Afterwards, when the heavenly tribulation ended, he was afraid that Jean Polai would chase after him, so he immediately teleported away. He did not investigate the Chan monastery of Devanaga or the space of hell carefully. That must have been a reason why Shui Luan was able to crawl into Kongzi and enter the Chan monastery of Devanaga. He even obtained some sort of secret technique of the blood demon. Chapter 1322. Blood Demon Fingernail Breakthrough. He ignored the blood thralls and the sea of blood. Yi Fei stopped using his sword to cut down the endless blood slaves. He retracted his sword light and submerged his entire body into the surging sea of blood. Suddenly, a pungent smell entered Yi Fei's mouth and nose, making him want to vomit. This was the reason why he didn't want to step into the blood sea. However, he didn't expect Shui Luan to take advantage of this. First, he used the blood sea to stop him. Then, when Shui Sha and Shui Yin were least prepared, he killed the two blood ancestors and successfully devoured them. It had to be said that Shui Luan was indeed an extremely dangerous opponent. The scariest thing was that this opponent didn't have any humanity. Demon, this is a true demon, Yi Fei said angrily. He activated the battle demon way. Layers of demonic golden light made his body look like an ancient battle demon. He ignored everything and crushed everything. With a wave of his fist, countless blood slaves turned into ashes. With a lift of his foot, the blood sea boiled. However, he was still walking in the blood sea. Although the vast blood sea and countless blood slaves couldn't hurt his body, which was comparable to an imperial weapon, it still gave Shui Luan time to kill the two blood ancestors. Then, Shui Luan grew 3 heads and 6 arms like the blood demon. However, all 3 heads had ferocious faces. He roared at Yi Fei. That's right, I am a demon. Our blood ancestors' highest goal is not to save the blood demon, but to become the blood demon. Yi Fei, it's all thanks to you. I don't know how you killed the blood demon, but because of the blood demon's death and the sacrifice of Shui Sha and Shui Yin, I have become who I am. I am a new blood demon. Shui Sha, Shui Yin, I will avenge you now. I will kill this enemy who killed you. Shui Luan's 3 heads roared sorrowfully at the same time. Only by pushing the sin of killing his brother to Yi Fei could he enjoy the glory of becoming the blood demon with a clear conscience. Then, Shui Luan unleashed his first attack after turning into the blood demon. It was also the most terrifying blood-colored saber light, Blood Demon Slash. Yi Fei saw a terrifying blood-red saber slash through the sea of blood and instantly slash at Yi Fei's purple Tai Chi. Boom! Unexpectedly, this time his purple gold Tai Chi was unable to block even a single saber strike. It was shattered by that scarlet saber light. Bang! Yi Fei's body was like a kite with a broken string as he crashed through the sea of blood, creating a series of terrifying ripples in the void along the way. Shuel Wan was extremely displeased with this. That damned Tai Chi defense. However, no matter how strong your Tai Chi defense is, it definitely won't be stronger than the blood demon nail in my hand. With this, I can even shatter an emperor weapon. I, Shuel Wan, will be invincible against anyone below the quasi-emperor realm. What? The demonic god's nail? No wonder you could instantly tear apart the two blood ancestors and shatter my purple Tai Chi. I didn't expect the blood demon to not be reduced to ashes by the heavenly tribulation and still have some remnants of his body left. Yi Fei smiled bitterly as he staggered out of the shattered void. Although the purple gold Tai Chi shattered, it still managed to block Shuel Wan's attack. Yi Fei was only pushed back. This scene made the many quasi-emperors frown. His physical body is actually so strong after attaining great perfection. Of course, if the quasi-emperors knew that Yi Fei's physical body was only 1/3 of the way to great perfection, and that the remaining 2/3 would only appear after reaching the 9th and 10th layers of the War Demon Path, who knew what they would think? However, when Shuel Wan saw that Yi Fei was still alive and kicking, rage appeared on his 3 faces at the same time. Kill. Blood Demon Domain. Blood Demon 12 slashes. Shuel Wan suddenly charged toward Yi Fei with his huge demonic body. At this moment, the surging sea of blood transformed into countless blood pythons that roared and roared as they chased after the demonic god to entangle him. In response, Yi Fei only had one word to say: scram. A dragon's roar came from his mouth. This was the roar of the heavenly dragon. The endless roar formed a mysterious sound wave that could suppress evil and break through all illusions. At this moment, Yi Fei understood that this sea of blood was definitely a part of the blood demon's body that had been refined by Shuel Wan. The most effective way to deal with the blood demon was not a sword but a heavenly dragon and a Buddhist light. Heavenly dragon swallows the sun. Yi Fei's endless golden light suddenly transformed into a dense Buddhist light. At this moment, he suddenly transformed from a war demon into a dazzling golden war Buddha. Behind him, 8 heavenly dragons flew. They swallowed the sun and opened their mouths to spit out endless Buddhist light. Buddha! The 8 heavenly dragons trembled like 8 suns floating behind Yi Fei's head. In an instant, the Buddhist light shone, and the evil spirits retreated. Countless blood pythons shrieked and turned into black smoke under the Buddhist light. The surging sea of blood boiled and evaporated at this moment. The sea of blood shrank, but the blade light from Shuel Wan's slashes expanded rapidly. At the same time, Yi Fei activated his golden body. Shuel Wan's 6 arms slashed out 12 different terrifying blade lights in the blink of an eye. These blade lights, together with the howling blood demon domain, resonated with the sea of blood around them. In the end, all the blood pythons that had not evaporated were attracted by the blade lights. They turned into blood-red flowing light and merged with the magnificent blade lights. Samiyet. Shuel Wan roared at this moment. The muscles on his 6 arms bulged as he slashed out 12 terrifying blood-red blade mountains at Yi Fei in one breath. Fight! Be it humans or demons, gods or demons will despair when facing me. Wrath of the heavenly dragons. Yi Fei shouted angrily. Suddenly, he looked like a Buddhist war Buddha. Following his anger, the 8 heavenly dragons circling behind him suddenly roared together. Wrath of the heavenly dragons. It was also the wrath of the demon subduing. Roar. Following Yi Fei's will, the 8 heavenly dragons all roared out. Their golden bodies were like 8 divine dragons made of gold. Their sharp dragon claws tore the sky, and their huge dragon tails smashed the earth. The sharp dragon teeth held the sun and spat it out continuously. They opened their mouths and released a fierce Buddhist light. Kill! Yifei, you must die today. Shui Sha, Shui Yin, you died too miserably. I will avenge you. Shuel Wan roared ferociously. He waved the 12 blood-red blade mountains madly and fought against the 8 heavenly dragons. At the same time, tears of blood rolled down his 3 faces. Those who did not know would think that Shuel Wan was in pain and sorrow for his brother's death. However, Yifei saw that as the tears of blood fell, Shuel Wan's blade mountains suddenly turned into a large bloody blade that continuously slashed at the necks of the 8 heavenly dragons. Chi! The heads of the 8 heavenly dragons were chopped off at the same time. They fell to the ground and were crushed by Shuel Wan's feet. Yifei, are you still a match for me? Chapter 1323. Domain Evolution Boom. With the destruction of the dragon head, Yifei could no longer maintain his golden body of the 8-division heavenly dragon. The golden body quickly shattered and turned into a beautiful stream of light. Yifei couldn't help but hold his head and groan. The golden body was his telekinesis, and telekinesis came from the soul. When the golden body shattered, his body didn't suffer much damage, but his soul felt like it was being torn apart. Taking advantage of Yifei's distraction, Shuel Wan roared excitedly. After killing you, I will definitely become a real blood demon. Boom! The 12 blood sabers didn't disappear. Instead, they suddenly merged into one and turned into a towering blood saber mountain. The mountain peak carried a whistling aura that could shatter everything. It was as if the sharp edge of the mountain had stirred up a terrifying hurricane. Even with Yifei's body of great success, under the hurricane, there were still dozens of small wounds on his body. This blood blade can break my emperor weapon physical body. Yifei's expression became unprecedentedly serious. The only blood ancestor that had devoured Shui Sha and Shui Yin was far more terrifying than the combination of the 3 blood ancestors. Without hesitation, Yifei retracted the Taiji 2-form sword that he had slashed out. Taiji was both offensive and defensive. The Taiji Yin-Yang sword could also be reversed. The Taiji Yin-Yang sword was a terrifying killing move. It could strip the opponent of his defense and deal the most direct blow. The reverse Taiji Yin-Yang sword was a tough defense. It could form layers of Taiji Yin-Yang sword to continuously weaken the opponent's attack. At this moment, Yifei used the reverse Taiji Yin-Yang sword that he rarely used. The whistling sword Qi turned into a purple-gold light that illuminated the bloody hell. Then, layers of Taiji appeared in front of Yifei, forming a sturdy wall that blocked the attack of the blood blades. Ha ha! Yifei, you've run out of tricks. Watch as I shatter your lousy sword diagrams. Shuel Wan was in high spirits. He roared like a demon god. His 6 arms gripped the gigantic mountain of bloody swords at the same time. Then, he slashed at a Taiji sword diagram. That Zhang Taiji shattered with a loud boom. However, it had also successfully neutralized a layer of the Bloody Blade Mountain's power. The glow of the Bloody Blade Mountain dimmed slightly. Shuel Wan was even more enraged by this. He swung his blood saber even faster and more ferociously. The huge mountain of blood saber was constantly swung up and chopped down. The layers of Taiji sword diagrams were also shattered and exploded. In the face of this demonic attack, Yifei could only grit his teeth and endure silently. The great blood blade in Shuel Wan's hand was made from the demon god's fingernails. It was not easy to deal with it. Next, Yifei heard continuous explosions. His 8 Taiji sword diagrams were continuously shattered by the Bloody Blade Mountain. It was unstoppable. It was the demon god's fingernails after all. However, Yifei was not discouraged. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. There was a dangerous glint in his eyes. The 8 layers of Taiji sword diagrams have already weakened 80% of the power of this bloody blade mountain. It only has 40% of its offensive power left. Damn it, even if it's only 40%, I can still kill you. Shuel Wan was furious. He had not expected Yi Fei's Taiji defense to be so unique. Although every slash of his saber could shatter a Taiji, at the same time, every time he shattered Taiji, the power of the bloody blade mountain would also be weakened. Fortunately, there were a total of 12 great blood blades that formed the bloody blade mountain. Yi Fei's Taiji sword diagram could only weaken it by 80%. Shuel Wan was confident that he could still kill Yi Fei with the remaining 40%. After all, these 12 great blood blades were the demon god's fingernails. They were extremely powerful. However, Shuel Wan's idea was good. Unfortunately, his opponent was a disciple from the Azura Saint Palace. Any disciple from the Azura Saint Palace was invincible. Since others could be invincible, Yi Fei could also be invincible. Therefore, just as the mountain of bloody blades slashed down with the remaining 4 layers of power, a purplish gold light suddenly erupted from Yi Fei's body again. He raised the spirit-devouring sword again, and when the 8 Taiji sword diagrams were destroyed, he slashed out 4 more dazzling Taiji sword diagrams in succession, blocking in front of him. This is impossible. Shuel Wan was flustered. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. The many martial emperors and quasi-emperors who saw this through the demonic mirror were also shocked. Didn't Yi Fei have 8 primordial spirits? Logically speaking, the 8 Taiji sword diagrams should be his limit. How could he break through his limit again? Many martial emperors were dumbfounded. Of course, if they knew that Yi Fei originally had 12 primordial spirits instead of 8, they would understand that the 12 Taiji sword diagrams were Yi Fei's limit. However, Yi Fei had purposely held back because of the fusion of his primordial spirits. He wanted to keep it as a life-saving trump card in a life-and-death battle like this. Bam! The huge bloody blade mountain collided with Yi Fei's last 4 Taiji sword diagrams. Although Shuel Wan used all his strength and waved his 6 arms faster than a windmill, his bloody blade mountain was still completely neutralized by the Taiji sword diagrams. In the end, the bloody blade mountain that had been neutralized collapsed. It turned back into 12 pieces of the demon god's fingernails and tried to fly back into Shuel Wan's demonic hand. At this moment, Yi Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out that Shuel Wan could only control the demon god's fingernails. He hadn't completely refined them into weapons. That's true. The demon god's fingernails can only be considered a top-grade material for refining weapons. They might surpass the Imperial weapon origin embryo, but they aren't real Imperial weapons. Since they aren't Imperial weapons, it means that these fingernails can be snatched. As this thought flashed through his mind, his body instinctively rushed out the moment the bloody blade mountain collapsed. With a whoosh, Yi Fei reached out and grabbed 2 pieces of the demon god's fingernails that were flying back too slowly. Shuel Wan also reacted at this moment. He was furious. Yi Fei, how dare you touch my fingernails? Blood Demon Realm. In a moment of carelessness, the 2 pieces of the fingernails fell into Yi Fei's hands. Shuel Wan's 3 heads spewed out black smoke. In his fury, he suddenly released a blurry blood world, which fiercely enveloped Yi Fei. You want to compete in realms with me? Fine, let's see which of our realms is stronger. Taiji Domain. Yi Fei stopped collecting the demon god's fingernails. 16 realms exploded together, forming a blurry black and white world that smashed into the blurry blood world. Chapter 1324. Blood Demon Disintegration. Shuel Wan's heart was in chaos. Even after he had devoured Shui Sha and Shui Yin, the number of ultimacies he had fused with him had only reached 15, which was 1 less than Yi Fei. However, even though there was only a single type of profound meaning between the 2 sides, in a battle between experts, sometimes just a slightly more evolved profound meaning was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Kill. Seeing that the blood demon domain had been broken through, Yi Fei's spirit was shaken. He finally saw the opportunity to kill this dangerous opponent. He decisively gave up on collecting the demon god fingernails. Instead, his entire body turned into a blazing golden light as he charged towards Luan Shui. Yi Fei, you're courting death. Shui Wan was both shocked and furious. At this moment, the battle between the two sides had reached its limit. Originally, Shui Wan had used a trick to devour Shui Sha and Shui Yin, allowing him to break through to the peak martial emperor realm. On top of that, he had obtained the demon god's nail. He could easily kill anyone below the boundary monarch realm in an instant. However, Shui Wan had never expected that Yi Fei would have 12 primordial spirits instead of 8. In a single breath, Yi Fei had released 12 Taiji sword diagrams to weaken Luan Shui. Luan Shui had exhausted his true essence to release a sure kill attack, but it had actually been blocked. This was Shui Wan's first mistake. His second mistake was that Shui Wan would never have dreamed that Yi Fei would have 5 more profound meanings in just half a year. Yi Fei had even used the Tai Chi domain to break through his blood demon domain. He had lost his quintessential essence and his domain. The only thing left for both sides was the most brutal physical battle. At the thought of this, Shui Wan's huge demonic body started to tremble. Damn it, Shui Wan, will never lose. I still have 10 demon god nails to kill him. Sorry, only have 8 pieces left. Yi Fei sneered. Then, he purposely used the 2 demon god fingernails that he had snatched, turned them into bloody light, and threw them out with a whistling sound. On the other hand, the demon god nails were special weapons that could even cut open imperial weapons. Even Yi Fei's body, which had reached the greater mastery stage, did not dare to block it, let alone Shui Wan's demon god body. Left with no choice, Shui Wan could only wield the demon god nails with his 2 arms. They turned into 2 beams of bloody light to block the demon god nails thrown by Yi Fei. Bang! The 4 fingernails collided with each other. The same sharpness, the same power. The result was that the 4 fingernails were destroyed at the same time. Good chance. Yi Fei had no time to feel sorry for his shattered demon god fingernails. His eyes were filled with ferocity as he stared at Luan Shui's 2 arms that had lost their weapons. Kill! He roared. Although he had used up all his true yuan, he still had his physical body. His physical body was comparable to an imperial weapon. His physical body was the most terrifying weapon. Yi Fei, you really don't want to live anymore. Luan Shui roared furiously. 2 of his 6 arms immediately flew out 2 demon god nails and handed them to his 2 free arms. The remaining 4 arms controlled the 6 demon god nails at the same time. They turned into scarlet swords and slashed at Yi Fei's body. Tai Chi domain. Yi Fei once again used the blurry black and white world to block the attack from one of the arms. Then, he suddenly threw 2 punches forward. Boom! After reaching the greater mastery stage of his physical body, Yi Fei's strength was comparable to an imperial weapon even without using any martial techniques. Before Luan Shui's 2 remaining arms could catch the demon god's fingernails, 2 golden fists had already shattered the demon god's 2 arms. At the same time, the 2 demon god nails also fell into Yi Fei's hands. They were instantly thrown out by Yi Fei. Once again, they collided with Luan Shui's 6 beams of bloody light and destroyed each other. However, there were still 4 beams of bloody light that pierced Yi Fei's body without any obstruction. Pucci! Yi Fei's hands and feet were ultimately unable to block the power of the demon god nails. His hands and feet were pierced, and he was nailed to the void. Luan Shui laughed wildly. Haha, Yi Fei, so what if you're strong? I have 12 demon god nails. Even if you destroy 8 of them, I'll still kill you. Oh no, save him. The Black Moon Quasi-Emperor suddenly stood up in front of the demonic mirror. At this stage of the battle, he believed that Yi Fei basically had no chance of turning the tables. In fact, Luan Shui had too many demon god nails. Each of them was strong enough to scratch an imperial weapon. If it didn't save Yi Fei now, Yi Fei might really die. However, before the Quasi-Emperors outside could make a move, Yi Fei, who had been nailed to the void, suddenly roared. His dormant, immortal sword soul suddenly awakened from his dantian and spewed out surging immortal power. It instantly healed Yi Fei's injuries. That's right, I don't have any inner yuan left. My physical body can't withstand the power of the demon god nails either. However, I still have the immortal sword soul and the immortal power. As long as I don't die, I will definitely win. Kill. Just as Luan Shui was proudly retrieving the demon god nails, Yi Fei suddenly turned into a streak of flowing light and collided with Luan Shui. As the injuries on his hands healed, he ignored the intense pain and suddenly kicked out with both feet. He shattered Luan Shui's arms and snatched 2 more pieces of the demon god nails. Then Yi Fei used all his strength to throw these 2 pieces of the demon god nails at Luan Shui. This is impossible. He hasn't been seriously injured after being hit by the demon god nails. Luan Shui's 3 faces were filled with shock and then anger. He almost subconsciously waved the last 2 pieces of the demon god nails and collided with the demon god nails thrown by Yi Fei. This moment seemed to last for a long time, but in fact, it only lasted for an instant. Yi Fei had already used his immortal power to heal his injuries and counterattack. At this point, all of the demon god nails that Luan Shui was so proud of had been completely shattered. Luan Shui, let's see how you're going to kill me now that you don't have the demon god nails. Yi Fei's murderous aura surged. Without the demon god nails, he had nothing to worry about. He directly threw 2 golden fist radiants at Luan Shui's body. I clearly used the demon god nails to shatter your limbs and bones. Why can you still move? Why aren't you injured? Luan Shui's huge demonic body was enraged. His remaining 4 arms suddenly turned into blood pythons and viciously wrapped around Yi Fei's body. He wanted to strangle Yi Fei to death. Break! Boom! Yi Fei didn't move at all. His body was like a human-shaped emperor weapon. No matter how strong Luan Shui's arms were, Yi Fei only needed to punch forward, and the 4 blood pythons in front of him were smashed into pieces. Then Yi Fei stepped out and raised his foot. His entire body was like a ferocious demonic beast as he stomped on Luan Shui's demonic body. Yi Fei's kick left a huge bloody hole in Luan Shui's huge demonic body. It was obvious that Luan Shui was no match for Yi Fei in terms of physical strength. Luan Shui screamed in pain, but his heart was filled with despair and unwillingness. Why? Why isn't he injured? That's right. Why am I competing with him in terms of physical strength? Our blood ancestors' strongest point isn't our physical strength, but our blood. Blood demon body disintegration. Before Yi Fei could destroy the demonic body in front of him, Luan Shui's demonic body suddenly exploded. Boundless destructive energy blasted Yi Fei back continuously. Even his powerful physical body felt intense pain. At the same time, a bright red ball of blood turned into a shapeless blood mist at the moment of explosion. Like a poisonous snake, it entered Yi Fei's body through the wound and merged with his blood. Chapter 1325. The Sword Spirit Awakens. Yi Fei. Didn't you want to know what the Black Lotus is? I'll tell you now. Shuelwan's blood flowed chaotically through Yi Fei's body. At the same time, his consciousness exploded in Yi Fei's mind. The Black Lotus is the foundation of the Blood Demon. The 4 blood ancestors are the avatars of the Blood Demon. Once the old Blood Demon dies and devours the other blood ancestors, the one who obtains the Black Lotus will become the new Blood Demon, the new Demon God. I, Shuelwan, will become the new Demon God. Roar. Hearing the roar from within his body, Yi Fei roared with all his might and used the 8 notes of the Heavenly Dragon. He wanted to use the power of the Heavenly Dragon to suppress Shuelwan's soul, just like how he suppressed the Black Lotus. However, the blood ancestors' use of blood had reached a godly level. Shuelwan had used the essence of his demonic blood to carry his soul into Yi Fei's body. As they were all blood ancestors, their blood was compatible. This feeling was similar to the fusion of the three blood ancestors. Even though Yi Fei was the blood ancestor and the blood demon wanted to destroy Yi Fei and deliberately planted the demonic blood black lotus in Yi Fei's body, this did not deny the fact that he was the blood ancestor. Therefore, Xueluan was able to easily merge his demonic blood and soul into Yi Fei's body. All the quasi-emperors were shocked by this. No one expected Xueluan to explode his demonic body in order to merge with Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei was shocked when he felt the demonic blood in his body flowing toward his energy center. Then, a strange expression appeared on his face. Xueluan had actually entered his body and used a method similar to possession. He wanted to devour the black lotus in his energy center and become the real blood demon. Furthermore, the black lotus, which he had always thought was a hidden danger, was actually the key to becoming the blood demon. No wonder the three blood ancestors were trying so hard to get rid of him. They were not trying to take revenge. Instead, they wanted to obtain the black lotus in his body and become the new blood demon. However, Yi Fei still had a question. When Xueluan's soul rushed towards his dantian, he didn't stop it. Instead, he asked, Xueluan, if I don't want to become the blood demon, how do I resolve the black lotus in my body? His tone was calm. His calmness made Xueluan slightly flustered. He was afraid that Yi Fei had some special technique, or that he would devour him like how he had devoured Xue Sha and Xueyin. In the end, Yi Fei was also a blood ancestor. If he had mastered the method of devouring other blood ancestors, he could have also devoured Xueluan mercilessly. There are only two ways to dissolve the black lotus. The first is to devour the black lotus and turn into a new blood demon. The second is to use the heavenly tribulation to completely destroy the black lotus's demonic nature. Xueluan purposely spoke slowly. He was stalling for time so that he could break through Yi Fei's dantian defenses faster and rush in to devour the black lotus. When he realized what Xueluan was trying to do, Yi Fei's expression became even stranger. When Xueluan rushed into his body, he was scared half to death. He was afraid that Xueluan would run around in his body like a loach and destroy his flesh and vitality. Who knew that Xueluan would run into his dantian of all places? You want to go in, right? Fine, I'll let you in. It's a good opportunity to close the door and beat the dog. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fei's face. Of course, in order to not alert Xueluan, he pretended to be panicked and shouted loudly, How is the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon useless? This is impossible, blood ancestor. Come out. Get out of my blood. Xueluan, you can't kill me. The quasi-emperors are outside. If you kill me, you won't be able to live either. Yi Fei's face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing due to fear. In order to make it seem real, he immediately shouted for help. In fact, he was secretly urging Xueluan to rush into his dantian. Xueluan didn't realize that this was a trick. Instead, after hearing Yi Fei's cry for help, Xueluan felt extremely proud. In his mind, his ferocious voice resounded, It's too late. The moment I merged with your blood, your fate was already sealed. Invincible exalts and devil saints are all bullsh asterisk T in my eyes. In this world, the strongest thing isn't martial strength, but wisdom. While laughing wildly, Xueluan's soul controlled the most essence of the devil blood and broke through the defense of Yi Fei's dantian. It directly rushed into Yi Fei's dantian. The interior of the dantian was a strange space. The stronger one was, the larger the space in the dantian. With Yi Fei's strength of the martial saint 10th level, his dantian was already a boundless void. In the void, a black lotus bloomed. That was the blood devil, the black lotus planted in Yi Fei's body. It was also the source of Yi Fei's nightmare and the hope of Xueluan. As if it sensed the devil blood approaching, the black lotus started to spin and emitted an urgent black light. It seemed to be hoping that the blood progenitor would devour it. Seeing the black lotus, Xueluan roared happily. He was too excited. He was too excited. The chance to become the blood devil was right in front of him. At this moment, Xueluan suddenly admired his own wisdom. First, he took the risk to enter hell to check if the blood devil was alive. Then he used a trick to devour his two brothers, Shui Sha and Shui Yin, and became the only blood progenitor. Finally, under the pressure of Yi Fei's strong physical body, he risked everything and rushed into Yi Fei's dantian. He controlled Yi Fei's blood and took over the most precious black lotus in Yi Fei's body. This is my wisdom, perseverance, and courage. Compared to me, Yi Fei is nothing. At most, he's just a stepping stone for me to become the blood devil. Shuowan was extremely proud of himself. Inside his dantian, he was still controlling his last drop of demonic blood and transforming it into the image of a scholar in a blood-red robe. This was his favorite image. Not only did it represent his strength, but it also represented his incomparable intelligence. Then, Shuowan was excited and full of anticipation. He started to reach for the black lotus. He felt the black lotus calling him. He seemed to see the glorious moment when he became the blood devil. During this time, Yi Fei had also sunk his consciousness into his dantian and silently watched everything that Shuowan was doing. He decided to give Shuowan one last chance. Shuowan, it's not too late for you to stop now. Yi Fei reminded him out of kindness. Trash, what right do you have to talk to me now? Shuowan's face was full of arrogance. He didn't want to talk to Yi Fei anymore. He even deliberately stepped on the black lotus in front of Yi Fei. It felt like he was stepping on Yi Fei's face. It made Shuowan feel good. Yi Fei laughed. It was a very cold laugh. Trash? Very well. Let's see who's the real trash then. Undying Sword Soul, wake up. Knowing that Shuowan was unrepentant, Yi Fei couldn't be bothered to say more. He directly communicated with the undying Sword Soul in his body. Boom. Chapter 1326. Black Lotus Mutation in an instant. The previously calm interior of his dantian had transformed into a terrifying world of swords. Yi Fei's dantian had become a sword, and Yi Fei's body had become a sword. His soul had instantly connected with the undying sword soul. The whistling sword qi caused the black lotus in Yi Fei's body to tremble violently. It was afraid of being injured by the terrifying sword qi. Wan Shui, who was in the middle of it, was even paler. It was as if he had seen the king of hell in broad daylight and had fallen into the gutter at night. His entire mass of demonic blood was trembling, and his entire soul was silently collapsing. Suddenly, Shuowan understood why the powerful blood demon had suddenly died after being suppressed for tens of thousands of years. It wasn't that the blood demon had become weak, but that the brat in front of him wasn't human. He actually cheated and hid such a deadly sword soul in his body. Cheating. He's cheating. I refuse to accept this. Wan Shui howled into the sky like a cuckoo, crying blood. He felt as if his intelligence had been insulted. Unfortunately, the sword spirit was too strong. It had only awakened, but that destructive power had already caused Shuowan's soul to crumble and disappear completely. Sai, I told you long ago, don't go in, but you didn't listen. Actually, I'm a kind person, but I can't help it. You just have to court death. Yi Fei shook his head and sighed. When Shuowan's soul rushed into his dantian, he was scared half to death. But soon, he remembered that in hell, before Shuowan was killed by the heavenly tribulation, he seemed to have done the same thing. He wanted to rush into his dantian and hide. In the end, it was a tragedy. The moment the blood demon rushed in, he discovered that someone was trying to steal his territory. The undying sword spirit immediately awakened and destroyed the blood demon. With this as an example, Yi Fei was naturally not afraid of Shuowan rushing in. If he did, then Shuowan would basically become a dead soul under the undying sword soul's sword. The undying sword soul's aura alone was enough to make Shuowan, the blood ancestor, vanish into thin air. Strange, Shuowan is already dead. Why hasn't the mass of demonic blood disappeared? Suddenly, Yi Fei noticed something different. Within his dantian, other than the undying sword soul and the black lotus, there was also a ball of demonic blood. Unexpectedly, when the undying sword soul destroyed the chaotic blood soul, there was also a ball of blood. The Black Lotus, the mass of demonic blood, before Yi Fei and the undying sword soul could react, sucking the mass of demonic blood into the Black Lotus. Boom! The Black Lotus, Shuelwan, 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 Shuelwan soul. Yi Fei did not know what that consciousness was, but he suddenly had an extremely bad feeling. Large amounts of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. For the first time, his consciousness trembled a little. This Black Lotus has its own consciousness. It took advantage of the moment when I used the undying sword soul to destroy Shuelwan and devoured his demonic blood. The mass of demonic blood didn't just contain Shuelwan's, but also Shuesha's and Shueyin's. Shuelwan had rushed into Yi Fei's body and absorbed the demonic blood in Yi Fei's body. Now that the demonic blood of the 4 blood ancestors had gathered in the Black Lotus, could it be that the blood demon is hiding in the Black Lotus? Could it be that the blood ancestor could become the new blood demon if he fused with the blood ancestor? That was a lie. The blood demon lied to the blood ancestors in order to revive himself. This thought flashed through Yi Fei's mind. At the same time, his consciousness communicated with the undying sword soul. Undying sword soul, destroy this Black Lotus. Yi Fei's eyes were red as he panted heavily. He couldn't care less about the consequences of using the undying sword soul in his body. There was only one thought in his mind. He couldn't let the consciousness in the Black Lotus awaken. Boom! Sensing Yi Fei's murderous intent, a terrifying spiritual howl came from the Black Lotus. How dare a mere ant like you use this treasure? Only a fiend god like me can control this sword soul. Then, the Black Lotus bloomed again. A ferocious fiend god with 3 faces and 6 arms was sitting on top of it. The fiend god looked agitated, but at the same time, his ferocious eyes flashed a sinister smile at Yi Fei. Ant, do you really think that a mere heavenly tribulation can destroy me? The strength of a fiend god is not something an ant like you can imagine. Since you are the host of the undying sword soul, I grant you the glory of death. The 6 arms on the Black Lotus turned into chains and wrapped around Yi Fei's consciousness. Before Yi Fei could react, his consciousness was shrinking rapidly. He was shocked to find that his consciousness was shrinking rapidly. Then, he stood on the Black Lotus, surrounded by countless chains that trapped him. The blood demon. He appeared outside the Black Lotus and looked down at Yi Fei like a fiend god. He ordered in a deep voice, "Black Lotus, swallow this ant." The pitch-black lotus instantly transformed into a sinister black mouth that wanted to crush Yi Fei's consciousness. Yi Fei was truly frightened this time, but he did not give up hope. This was because he realized that his consciousness and the undying sword spirit's consciousness were still connected. As long as we are connected, I still have hope. Undying sword soul, release it all. Destroy this Dantian space. Destroy everything. Yi Fei's consciousness roared. He glared at the blood demon and roared, "Blood demon, so what if you are resurrected? Today, I will fight you to the death. At most, we will die together. Undying sword soul, what are you waiting for? Slash. Ant, how dare you?" The blood devil was infuriated. This was the first time he felt an indescribable fear for these ants he had always disdained. The undying sword soul's power was too great. Once it was unleashed, not only would Yi Fei and the blood devil be destroyed, but the entire martial heaven continent would also be destroyed. The blood demon had used all his calculations and preparations from tens of thousands of years ago, as well as the internal strife between Yi Fei and the 3 blood ancestors, to resurrect himself. He didn't want to be destroyed along with Yi Fei. Therefore, the blood demon could only use 90% of his strength to form mysterious runes to seal the undying sword soul before it was released. After that, the blood demon immediately rushed out of the Dantian space and took control of Yi Fei's body. "Blood demon, what are you doing?" Yi Fei was terrified. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid that the blood demon would harm Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle in the beastmark space. Trash. You are simply trash. Who would have thought that a great demonigod like me would one day have to borrow the body of a heaven-forsaken cripple? In the limitless hell, Yi Fei opened his eyes. However, that wasn't Yi Fei's voice, but the blood demons. The blood demon split a portion of his consciousness into his dantian to suppress Yi Fei and the undying sword soul, while the other portion of his consciousness took control of Yi Fei's body. When he realized that Yi Fei had the heaven-forsaken cripple body, the blood demon's tone was filled with disdain. However, when he saw the beast-marked space on Yi Fei's shoulder, the blood demon suddenly became incomparably shocked. Human Emperor? How could it be the Human Emperor? What Human Emperor? Yi Fei, what happened to you? Did you kill Shuelwan? Or did Shuelwan take control of your body? Suddenly, over 10 powerful figures charged into the limitless hell. In this uncertain situation, the Black Moon Quasi-Emperor took the initiative to attack. He grabbed at Yi Fei, wanted to take control of Yi Fei first. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.